Hello, everybody. We are live. This is Sound Booth Theater Live. These are the cold reads of Chrysalis 5, Enemy Ant the Gates. I am Jeff Hayes. I will be your narrator for today. Welcome. Thank you for coming. Glad to be back. This will be the first cold read of the new year, I believe. This is the first, cold read of 2024. This is on the last day of the month. Real quick, before we get started, just want to go over some things. Yesterday was the release of the finale of the Dungeon Crawler Carl audio immersion tunnel. If you guys haven't tried that already, it is a reboot of the Dungeon Crawler Carl Book 1. But it is not just with me narrating and doing Carl and Donut's voice, but the full Sound Booth Theater cast doing the rest of the voices, music, sound effects, extra content, bonus content. The Dungeon Crawler World show is actually displayed in beautiful audio in the show, and it's been a wild ride. So proud of the Dungeon Crawler Carl audio immersion tunnel. So if you have not checked it out already, go on to soundbooththeater.com and pick it up. First episode is free. The rest of the season is just $20.99, I believe, if you buy the whole series with the buy series button, or it's $3.99 per individual episode. So I hope you guys are doing good this morning. It's 10 o'clock here, and I'm feeling pretty good. I'm looking forward to narrating some more Chrysalis. This is always such a joy for me to narrate. I've been holding this up this whole time and not taking a drink. 1 second, guys. So glad to get back at it. Book 4 is currently, let me see if it's available for pre-order yet. I turned it into Athon not too long ago. Yes, it is. Oh, boy. Okay, so actually, I should put this in the description. Can I do that right now? Yes, I can. I'm going to do that now. So not only is Chrysalis 4 available for pre-order for anybody who has already listened to the first 3 books and loved it and can't wait for it to continue. Chrysalis 4 will be releasing on February 24th. So that link will be in the description here. Book 4 is now available for pre-order. And to Chrysalis, and then there's the box set. The first 3 books. And here, let me go grab that. And that is due to release on February 24th. So in just 2 weeks. All right. Is this the same? That is not correct. Okay, let's see. Here we go. And let me go correct the other link, looks like. Oops. All right, so, those are in process. In other news, I'm about to put on my narration socks. These are the narration socks. If you have not been to our merch store, go to soundbooththeater.com. You will find a merch link, and you will find these glorious narration socks. These give you +1 to narration. And so you will be a far better narrator for wearing these socks. They are available on our website as a goof. I'm putting on my own pair now to make sure that I give the most perfect performance possible. And yeah, there's other stuff in our merch store as well. You can get Sound Booth Theater T-shirts there. They're our basic ones with just the logo. And then we also have our books on tape, where you can get many of our cinematic stories in physical form, in USB cassette. That is a USB that is cosplaying as a cassette. And when you buy those, you can actually take the USB, plug it straight into your computer, and drag those MP3s off the USB right onto your computer. So for those of you who've been wanting a way to listen to our audio on your own player, on the player of your choice, this is the best way to do it. All right, here goes. I had to switch feet. I was putting them on the wrong feet. And as you guys know, with our narration socks, if you put the wrong sock on the wrong foot, you'll start talking backwards eventually. So no rewinding. No rewinding of the tapes. I wish there was rewinding. I miss rewinding. It felt like you were taking care of your music. Flipster says you can then take the MP3s and record them to a cassette and listen to them in your 1980s shitbox of a vehicle. So yeah, agreed. That was the original intention. So I'm ready to get started here on some damn Chrysalis. So I'm at a new desk. I just got this new damn desk. Really like it. Let me move this camera over. How's that? That's a little bit better, huh? And let's see. Let's open up a set here. Where's Chrysalis? There we go. Hope you guys are having a good year so far. What's up, Steel Rain? I don't think I've seen you here before. That's a good idea, Corey Phillip. I hope you add a little motor to the cassette to stimulate a squeaky tape head. To stimulate. All you have to do to get a squeaky tape head out of things is to stimulate them. Random speed fluctuations, too. All right, we're working on all these things. Don't worry. It's coming, guys. All right. Get rid of those, and let's start streaming this way. Is it this way? Here we go. All right, now you can see my screen. And let's get this thing started. Oh, I keep forgetting. I need to grab the script. Chrysalis. Show enemy ant the gates. Files. There we go. Sorry, I forgot to prepare this stuff earlier, guys. Just at a meeting right before the stream. Meetings are meetings. That's what they are. Oh boy. All right, jumping right into it. Wastes no time, this Rhino Z character. Boss battle. Would love to hear what you guys have to say about. Would love to see more reviews of the Dungeon Crawler Carl audio immersion tunnel. I haven't seen a whole lot in the latest episodes. Plenty on episode 1 though. All right. Let's zoom in here. We all set. Let's get rid of the take lane. Chapter 1. Chapter 1. All right. So, I don't have the accent quite in my mouth yet. Just going to go ahead and riff and do a little practice here before I start recording. Chapter 1. Who's tracking who? Following the scent trails the scouting parties had put down, it didn't take long for us to make our way through the twisting tunnels to where the Golgari would soon pass. We positioned ourselves in It didn't take long for us to make our way. We positioned ourselves in cover at an angle to better spot them from a good range. I don't want to get too close. I will never underestimate the stone people ever again. While the majority of warriors and shapers prove to be unable to damage me in small numbers, I'm not going to push my luck. In terms of monsters, I'm quite exceptional. 99% of the dungeon's creations don't get to evolve in the way I did, with a maxed out core or possessing this many mutations. I might have started out as a measly ant, but I'm becoming stacked. Alright. Steel Rain 81S asks, whoa, that was quite a lift. What is the DCC side part on? What? I'm not sure what that question means. Steel Rain 81S. 81s. Plural of 81. Chapter 1. Who's tracking who? Following the scent trails the scouting parties had put down, it didn't take long for us to make our way through the twisting tunnels to where the Golgari would soon pass. We positioned ourselves in cover at an angle to better spot them from a good range. I don't want to get too close. I will never underestimate the stone people ever again. While the majority of warriors and shapers prove to be unable to damage me in small numbers, I'm not going to push my luck. In terms of monsters, I'm quite exceptional. 99% of the dungeon's creations don't get to evolve in the way I did, with a maxed out core or possessing this many mutations. I might have started out as a measly ant, but I'm becoming stacked. It makes sense to me that the average Golgari wouldn't be able to match me. Anthony is back. He's back! I'm back, everyone! But something I've learned from Grannin still gives me pause. He told me most of the shapers in the outpost are just scholars. Hardly any. Hardly any were real dungeon delvers. Stuck in offices and reading books all day, they had polished skills. Stuck in offices and reading books all day, they had polished skills. Stuck in offices and reading books all day, they had polished skills, but not many levels or combat experience. By the way, guys, I forgot to tell you, today's the release day of Book 5 of Chrysalis. So as I start narrating, the Kindle version is available. Steel Rain says, Dungeon Crawler Carl, you said episode 1. Oh, I see. You're okay. So, yeah, go to soundbooththeater.com. Right on the front page, you'll see Carl jumping at the ball of swine with Donut on his shoulder. You can click that listen now button there, and that'll take you to episode 1, where you can listen to the beginning of the audio immersion tunnel for free. Experience. They had polished skills, but not many levels or combat experience. I even suspect the warriors I fought are of similar... I even suspect the warriors I've fought are of a similar bent. I even suspect the warriors I've fought are of a similar bent. I even suspect the warriors I fought are of a I even suspect the warriors I've fought are of a similar bent. As far as I know, they aren't members of an official Golgari military or any such thing. As far as I know, they aren't members of an official Golgari military or any such thing. If anything, no. If any. Okay, so I have to look up pronunciations. Let's see. Corinum. If anything. Oops. If anything, Corinum Bolter gave me the impression of a pampered youth who's done far more training than fighting. A show of strength rather than the reality. A show of strength rather than the reality. A show of strength rather than the reality. Their sword slashes might make a fancy light show, but without the proper oomph that raw stats provide, they simply lack the penetrating power to deal with my carapace. If nothing else, that proves they're under-leveled. Would that be true for all Golgari? Would that be true for all Golgari? Hell no. These are people who made their home inside the dungeon. Shapers like Granin have seen a ton of action in the tunnels. I have little doubt he's the highest levelled shaper inside the... I have little doubt he's the highest levelled shaper inside that outpost. With the walls of the town, there must be individuals or a group that the others depend on to do the heavy lifting, keeping them safe. A militia. A defence force. A militia. A defence force. A militia. A defence force. Heck, maybe a full-blown army. Whoever it is, I never saw them. Whoever it is, I never saw them, and I'm not keen on fighting them. Whoever it is, I never saw them, and I'm not keen on fighting them. Whoever it is, I never saw them, and I'm not keen on fighting them. We've already had casualties on this rescue mission. Just another thing to weigh on my conscience. If I can avoid more death amongst my family, I sure as hell will. For now, we're only here to observe, so we settle into position and wait. Thank you, Blind Justice. I appreciate it. Tiny isn't much good at being still. Nor hiding, come to think of it. I end up sending him back up the tunnel 100 meters or so, where he promptly goes to sleep. The rest of us have more patience and keep a sharp eye. As promised by the scouts, the Golgari turn up an hour later, moving fast. We hear them well before we see them. The pounding of stone, feet on stone, makes the sound more like a crunch than a thump. The Golgari in the lead are huge, even by their standards. A dozen giants stride forth, perhaps 3 meters tall, with comically large weapons strapped to their backs. And their skin! This is no ordinary true skin. These folks glitter in the dim dungeon light from head to toe and are covered entirely with metal ore. Hi, Margos. Thanks so much. From what I've been able to pick up about Golgari culture, finding ores capable of holding the mana required to bond to their bodies isn't easy. That means high-quality ores are expensive. When I'd asked Tarina how much her own ore was worth, she'd given me a strange look before telling me that... When I'd asked Tarina how much her own ore was worth, she'd given me a strange look before telling me that asking a Golgari about their true skin was simply not done. One more time. When I'd asked Tarina how much her own ore was worth, she'd given me a strange look before telling me that asking a Golgari about their true skin was simply not done. Before I could apologise, she'd laughed and explained it anyway. The reason her own skin isn't complete is due to the ludicrous expense it required to purchase more. The reason her own skin isn't complete is due to the ludicrous expense required to purchase more. She'd made the decision to use a higher grade ore and form an incomplete skin rather than substitute for something worse, but these are longer sentences than I'm used to in this series. She'd made the decision to use a higher grade ore and form an incomplete skin rather than substitute for something worse, but in sufficient quantity. Yet here are these freaking mutants wandering around, enormous, and covered head to toe in gleaming ores. Each one of these guys is covered in enough money to buy a Golgari mansion, I have no doubt. Are these dudes going to be underleveled? Not likely. No way am I tangoing with them unless I have absolutely no choice. Behind them is a more usual procession of warriors and shapers, but each individual wears something I've not seen before. A dark brown, braided rope around their neck that nearly blends into their stone skin. Does this indicate they are all part of one faction? Or is it something they'd put on when becoming part of their expedition? Mixed amongst the crowd are other Golgari that don't match anything I recognise. Robed figures gripping thick staves in one hand dot the procession, along with a few shorter members accompanied by what are clearly their monstrous pets. In a small cluster is something I didn't believe I'd ever see. Golgari wearing armour. There's only 3. In a small cluster is something I didn't believe I'd ever see. Golgari wearing armour. There's only 3, but they put the fear of Gandalf into me. Why the hell are they wearing armour? What's the point? Does it mean their true skin is weak? Can't be. Even Grannon, who'd formed his truce... Let me kill my damn... ringer. There we go. Even Grannon, who'd formed his true skin from the weakest, most common ore he could...
Even Grannon, who'd formed his true skin from the weakest, most common ore he could, just because he was Jack. Even Grannon, who'd formed his true skin from the weakest, most common ore he could. Motherfuck. Even Grannon, who'd formed his true skin from the weakest, most common ore he could. Jesus. Why am I having such trouble with this? Even Grannon, who'd formed his true skin from the weakest, most common ore he could, just because he was a Jack, never wore a stitch of armour, not leather or cloth, and sure as hell not metal. I have no idea what this signifies. When they come to the branch before us, the procession halts and various members converse. It appears as though the robed individuals are being consulted quite heavily, along with the pet keepers. Interesting. After a few minutes, they ready themselves again and take the path directly toward the colony. How do they know? I wonder. Oops. Annie, how dare you? Annie has switched up my numbers. She switched up my switches, she has. Right. Just had to hotkey all those. It was a really long monologue, huh? Okay. I need to change all these as well. There we go. Just a little organizing, guys. Sorry about this. What's that, eldest? I wonder. Nope. How do they know? The colony. How do they know? Should actually be in thoughts. How do they know? I wonder. I wonder. What's that, eldest? A scout asks. They're tracking us. They aren't uncertain of which direction we're in. They're tracking us. They aren't uncertain of which direction we're in. They know. How? I don't know, eldest. We need to inform the others. Send us tracking. Send a scout back immediately. These all need to be purple.
Wrong purple. That one. There we go.
Send a scout back immediately. One of the scouts rushes off. One of the scouts rushes off to let the rest of our convoy... One of the scouts rushes off to let the rest of our convoy know. One of the scouts rushes off to let the rest of our convoy... One of the scouts rushes off to let the rest of our convoy know. One of the scouts rushes off to let the rest... What the fuck? One of the scouts rushes off to let the rest of our convoy know. No. Convoy, no. To let the rest of our convoy know. Convoy, no. Convoy, no. Convoy, no! To let the rest of our convoy know. That's so hard to do.
Are you drinking some water or tea? Yes. No. Yes to water, no to tea. I'm drinking coffee today. Bad habit. I need to get back to tea. I just love coffee so much.
One of the scouts rushes off to let the rest of our convoy know, whilst my pets and I slink out of sight to stay ahead of the Golgari. They might be tracking the 2 prisoners we took. Or perhaps there's some sort of tracking spell on me. I can't find any magic on my person, but there could be a method to hide it. How would I know? Perhaps they have a way of monitoring dungeon traffic, like remote sensors they've built into the walls in their territory. Perhaps they have a way of monitoring dungeon traffic, like remote sensors... Perhaps they have a way of monitoring dungeon traffic, like remote sensors they've built into the walls in their territory. Could they be picking up on our pheromone trails? Like any good ant, the entire troop has been laying trails everywhere they go. It's how we navigate. Just because the ants in the colony have better eyes than normal doesn't mean they've abandoned their instincts. Just because the ants in the colony have better eyes than normal doesn't mean they've abandoned their instincts. Unlike me, who was human once, the others are pure ants at heart. The pheromone trail is their guiding light. The more I consider it, the more I think it must be true. The Golgari know they've come out to hunt an ant colony, and it's not the first time in history one has spawned. What better method of tracking down the nest than following the pheromone trails? Thank goodness I came back here to scout. Otherwise, they'd have been able to follow us all the way back to the Queen.
And that's a chapter. That's a chapter done. These chapters go so fast. How you guys doing today? Why am I live as Ahmed on Facebook? I guess because Ahmed's account is tied to this to the StreamYard. Sorry, still getting comfortable in this setup here.
Chapter 2. Run. Fight. Run. Fight.
Oh, that's cool. It's cool to think that people are listening to me stream while they're gaming. I've been playing a little too much video games lately. I'm ashamed of myself. And I hope I don't get executed for it. Just saying. Been playing a game called Cards. Starts with a K. It's a World War II CCG. And it's very addictive. I like it a lot. Okay. The ancients surfaced all over the face of Pangaea, almost equidistant from each other. Wherever they rose, they caused a unique catastrophe that befell those unfortunate enough to be caught in the chaos. Yarum. Okay, I have to go reference all these pronunciations. You know what? I'm just going to do this right here. Oh, where is it? Hold on. Yarum. Excuse me. Yarum. 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 No, I'm not going to go do that. Fuck that. That's annoying. Yarum consumed all in his path. Kaigar caused lightning to fall. Yarum consumed all in his path. Kaigar caused lightning to fall for a month, burning all to ash. Morabolg turned the ground to mud over a vast area, sinking the entire city of Yalowin beneath the ground in less than a minute. Due to the colossal damage, the sheer scale of death they caused, actual eyewitness accounts of the ancients are nearly impossible to find. Alright, now I need to go ask all of these new words. Kaigar. Morabolg. Yalowin. Morabolg. Yar. Alright, that's done. I'm using a DOS keyboard. Let's see. Which one is this? DOS keyboard, Mac Tiger. Tigr. I don't know why. This isn't as clacky as I like them, but at the same time I am in the booth, so I went for a quieter keystroke anyway. Find. Because they rose so far apart, most kingdoms assumed they were the only ones to be afflicted by a monster of such impossible might. It was hundreds of years before scholars were able to connect the 19 creatures together. Further frustrating the efforts of scholars is the deep layer of secrecy that many shroud the ancients in. Some were forthcoming with their information, sharing all they could of these leviathans to better inform the world of the threat they posed, while others remained silent. They hoarded the knowledge of their experience and enacted strict penalties on any caught sharing it. Over the years, their grip has only tightened. Of Zothoth, almost nothing is known in the broader community.
Of Zothoth, almost nothing is known in the broader community. It rose amongst the tribes of the Dust Plains far to the west, and they do not speak of him. Gotta send these over. Lerowin arose in the deep forests. Lerowin arose in the deep forests in the south. Were the ancient not seen from hundreds of kilometers away, it's possible that only 18 ancients would be spoken of, since the Bruonchi have said nothing but its name. Were the ancient not seen from hundreds of kilometers away, it's possible that only 18 ancients would be spoken of, since the Bruonchi have said nothing but its name. Regardless, the topic of the ancients is a source of tremendous enquiry across the world, in open colleges and within secret societies. There are as many theories as there are scholars, though some have gained credibility over the decades. Okay, one more. Lerowin arose in the deep forests in the south. Bruon. Where is that one? Ancient not seen from hundreds. There are as many theories as there are scholars, though some have gained credibility over the decades. Lots of stuff for the proofer. It is way less hot. Thank you, Lazy. My setup is way less hot. Blind Justice Entertainment says, I can't wait for you to start crowdsourcing for the second book. I still think you should do the second and third one together as one. And that's actually what we're planning to do. For those of you who didn't know, there's a good chance we're doing a season 2 of the Dungeon Crawler Carl audio immersion tunnel. We just need, more people to share it. We will be doing basically a crowdfunding campaign. Whether or not we're attaching it to the Kickstarter for the Dungeon Crawler Carl hardcover edition, the special edition of Book 2. We're not sure, but I think that's what we're going to do. Yeah, it'll be up for pre-order. But I talked to Ahmed yesterday at length, and I think we're both in agreement that we want to. I know this sucks. This is gonna be a shitty piece of news. I think we're gonna have to release season 2 in 2025, because we just,
we really loved the first season, but we want to do even better. And in order to do that, we want to plan much better. We want everything lined up perfectly, and we want to schedule everything very specifically. And like, we're just refining our process. And in order for us to take on essentially a project that's twice the size of what we just did, we want to make sure we have tons and tons of lead time. Plus, we have a lot of other projects that are planned for this year that we want to get through. So, 2025, it does suck. I understand, but if you guys just knew how much work goes into the audio immersion tunnel, then you would get it. Yeah. Credibility over the decades. Regardless, the topic where'd it go? One such thought, postulated by Zinchi, stated that it was possible the ancients each populated a single stratum, possibly the final stratum of the dungeon, and each maintained their own territory there. For this reason, they did not rise together, but moved directly up from their own lands. By tracing the locations of their breach back to the center of Pangea, the diameter of the planet being calculated by the Maggio scholars in the year 726 AR, the diameter of Maggio, probably Maggio is what we want to say. Maggio, I don't know, Maggio? Maggio? By tracing the locations of their breach back to the center of Pangea, the diameter of the planet being calculated by the Maggio scholars in the year 726 AR, Zinchi proposed a possible map of the territorial boundaries of each ancient within the final strata. Although this map is far from accepted fact, it does explain many observations. A curious feature of the map, however, is that when assuming each territory is the same size, and that each ancient rose directly from their own resting place, there is an unclaimed place in the map. A 20th territory. This has led many scholars to speculate that another ancient... This has led many scholars to speculate that another ancient exists. If that monster surfaced in the rending, and if anyone saw it, they have yet to speak its name. Excerpt from The Deepest Beasts by Elric. If anyone saw it, they have yet to speak its name. Margot's asks, by the way, I always wanted to ask, is it a lot of fun voicing Mr. Boxy T. Morningwood? Fuck yeah, it is. He's one of my favorite characters. In fact, one thing, my biggest complaint about the Everybody Loves Large Chests series is that there isn't enough Boxy. Excuse me. By the time I was able to reconnect with the colony, they'd already taken measures. All use of pheromones was banned as we once again resumed the long march back to the nest. It was bizarre to experience. It's normal for the ants to make no noise whilst travelling. To a human passerby, we would be unnervingly quiet. Ah, fuck you, phone. Stop buzzing at me. Going to put you in this sock. Going to put this phone in this narration sock. There! Maybe I'll put the sock in a sock. How's that? And then we will never hear a vibration ever again. It was bizarre to experience. It's normal for the ants to make no noise whilst travelling.
To a human passerby, we would be unnervingly quiet. But to us ants, there is a never-ending cacophony of communication. Conversations between ants, trails laid by the leaders in the convoy, and even the old scent trails put down by the scouts who ranged far ahead, all mixed together to assault the antennae. With no pheromones being produced, it's as if true silence has descended on the colony for the first time in its history. As a former human, I probably coped better than my siblings, but even for me, it is truly strange. I need to constantly stop myself from trying to speak with my fellow ants, my antennae constantly tip-tapping, trying to find the sense my ant brain thinks should definitely be there. The rest of the ants are totally uncomfortable, wandering backwards and forwards as they try to navigate with their eyes instead of their sense of smell. Hopefully, we don't have to deal with this for long. If we can travel a dozen or so kilometres without leaving a trail behind, that should be enough for the Golgari to get lost. Fortunately, I still have my pets to speak to. Hey, Tiny! How's everything going? Enjoying the trek? Oh, it can't be that bad. Fair enough then. You do make a good point.
Oh, I want to hear that one.
Hey, Tiny! How's everything going? Enjoying the trek? Oh, it can't be that bad. Fair enough then. You do make a good point. As a power athlete rather than an endurance runner, Tiny isn't cut out for this sort of extended effort. He's knackered. Ah well, surely someone else is up for a chat. Chrysalis, my gelatinous horror from the deep. How are you going?
You guys are able to hear my playback, right? Just making sure. Oh. So one thing that's really funny is from the get-go, when I first took this job and talked to Rhino Z, I told him, look, man, my Australian accent's not great, so I'd rather do this with an English accent if you're okay with that. And he was okay with it. But then we come to stuff like this. How are you going? That is a distinctly Australian phrase. Like, I don't think anyone says that in England. If there's anyone here in the audience who's from England or spends lots of time in England and you hear that phrase from anyone, please let me know. But I'm pretty sure that it's just an Australian thing. How are you going?
How are you going? I'm not letting go. I didn't even I know what you wanted to say, Master. My carapace creaks as she squeezes me. But I'm going to make sure you stay safe. That's great. Thanks, Chrysalis. Thanks, Chrysalis.
Oops.
Phew. Boy, this is going to need some more time. Thank goodness I have ANTventure around now. He's just riding around on Tiny's back, so he'll be rested and down for a chat, surely. ANTventure! How's my favourite greed demon? Getting used to having all the ants around? The eye is watching me, lit from within with a rising glow of green. The affections of the Dark One, they belongs to you. I suppose so. Why? He doesn't answer, but his eye narrows and burns brighter. Is everything all right there, ANTventure? Is everything all right there, ANTventure? Yes. Yes.
Okay. I need more coffee.
Okay! Creepy as always. I need more time to get used to this guy. The way he thinks is just different. Having exhausted all options of conversation, I return to marching in determined silence. For about 5 minutes before I start to go crazy. I just can't walk along doing nothing. I want to go back and check on the expedition, see how they react when the scent trails vanish. I want to go back and check on the expedition, see how they react when the scent trails vanish. The chance still exists that it's me they're tracing after all. Sadly, it appears as though the council members are able... Sadly, it appears as though the council members are able to follow my thoughts now. A mind bridge reaches out to me, and I allow it to connect. I recognise this ant mind. Propellant? What's going on? Propellant? What's going on? Propellant? Propellant? What's going on? Sorry to bother you, eldest. Just wanted to ask that you don't go running off on your own. What do you mean? I think we both know what the long pause at the start of that sentence means, eldest. Maybe? Running off on your own. What do you mean? I think we both know...
Oh no. Here it is. Alright. Can I just... You know what? I need to do a little adjustment here. Configure Stream Deck. Go into labels. Actually, let's copy this one. Go into labels. Here we go. Paste this. Go into actions. Get rid of all these. Reprogram it from the start.
do that now. And text. All right, let's try this. Hopefully, doesn't crash. Yes, perfect.
Margos asks, wait a minute, Jeff moved? What do you mean? I did not move.
Don't go running off on your own. What do you mean? I think we both know what the long pause at the start of that sentence means, eldest. Maybe? The scouts are watching the Golgari constantly. Burke will go nuts if you rush back there again. She doesn't have enough scouts to cover all the directions that need watching and keep a sneaky guard on you at the same time. Wait, I'm being guarded? Not at the moment, but the second you leave the convoy, you will be. What if they're tracking with... What if they're tracking me with some sort of magic we haven't seen yet? There's still too much we aren't aware of, Propellant. What if they're tracking me with some sort of magic we haven't seen yet? There's still too much we aren't... There's still too much we aren't aware of, Propellant. Well, Propellant is so hard to say.
Ah, yes, I moved to a new room out of my booth. So, yeah, check it out. All this space! I can move! Yeah, it's really nice. It actually gets cold in here because I have to plug the vent in order for it to not be, coming in through the mic. And it's really cold outside, or at least it was. It got to I don't know if you guys heard about this, but we had a Chiefs game here at home that was, 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, something like that. It was -7 here in Kansas City, and they were playing in that. It was amazing. -7 degrees. Everyone was freezing. The coach of the Chiefs, I don't know his fucking name, but he he has this giant mustache, and the whole thing was covered in icicles. His whole mustache was completely frozen. He looked like a walrus.
There's still too much we aren't aware of, Propellant. We haven't seen yet. There's still too much we aren't aware of, Propellant. We've considered the possibility. The others and I want to eliminate all other possibilities before we consider moving you away from the convoy. Right now, the 2 prisoners are being led on a roundabout tour through nearby tunnels. We wish to see if the convoy is tracking them. At the same time, the scouts are laying false trails behind us that lead just about everywhere. Only when we've confirmed that these methods are ineffective will we chance moving you off. I don't like sitting here while others risk their lives for me, Propellant. I know, eldest. Just please bear with it for a little while. You said all of you agree on this. Even Leroy? No. Leroy is currently under heavy guard in the centre of the convoy. She's tried to escape 9 times already. The thought that me trying to run off is even the tiniest bit similar to the behaviour of that lunatic is enough to send a shiver down my non-existent spine. I'll wait with it for a little while. You said all of you agree on this? Even Leroy? No.
Alright, that is a chapter. Done. I just love how quickly I zoom through this book. These books. It's just so nice to get into momentum.
Chapter 3. A Game of Cat and Mouse. Things weren't going the way they were meant to. When things in the dungeon don't go the way they are meant to, that usually indicated something was going very wrong. There wasn't a single dungeon delver who didn't feel the same way. Oh, wait.
This is not an Anthony chapter. Man, I hate third-person chapters. I just want to be Anthony. Chapter 3. A Game of Cat and Mouse. Things weren't going the way they were meant to. When things in the dungeon don't go the way they are meant to, that usually indicated something was going very wrong. There wasn't a single dungeon delver who didn't feel the same way. As chaotic and unpredictable as the place was, there were ways to combat it, knowledge that was sure and tested over hundreds of years. When creepers were around, you packed up and tried to lose them. When binding spiders appeared, you burned them out of their nests. When ants turned up, they would mindlessly devour everything they found, regardless of the cost. Which begged the question, what exactly was happening here? Ants that invaded a specific outpost, left survivors, and took prisoners? It made no sense. Not only did it not make sense, the very notion was completely unfathomable. There just wasn't enough information on hand, particularly with how silent the Shapers were being, to try and draw any accurate conclusions. This made Ferox Iron concerned. He didn't like being concerned. All right, that's a pronunciation marking. Let's see. Zinchi. His armor shifted uncomfortably as he walked in the center of the expedition, and he cursed. He must have made a mistake when strapping it on that morning. The stuff was a right pain in the true skin to attach and cost a fortune to maintain, but it had proved its use in battle on more than one occasion. He ran one hand down the runic inscription on the inner side of the gauntlets. The mana density here wasn't nearly high enough to maintain constant use, but would last for a good 10-20 minutes of hard fighting if it kept charging at current. The
The mana density here wasn't nearly high enough to maintain constant use, but would last for a good 10-20 minutes of hard fighting if it kept charging at the current rate. He was getting irritable. His feet hurt, his back hurt, his armor was chafing, and the enemy wasn't behaving the way they were supposed to. This was starting to feel like a truly disastrous outing.
Stellan? Stellan, what the hell is going on up there?
He demanded of his attendant.
Lord Iron, there appears to be some manner of disagreement amongst the Seekers.
Stellan? The useless mutt... They're useless mutt managers. What's the problem this time? They're useless mutt managers. What's the problem this time?
The attendant checked his master with a quick glance, observing the slight frown. The attendant checked his master with a quick glance, observing the slight frown and general air of disagreeability that hung around him. He told Lord Iron not to attempt to don his armor without assistance, but what would a lowly attendant know? He'd told Lord Iron not to attempt to don his armor without assistance, but what would a lowly attendant know? He sighed without thinking and managed to cover it with a slight cough.
I love that.
Lord Iron. From what I can ascertain, my lord, there appears to be some disagreement about the route we should take.
The irritable feeling that had been niggling at Ferrex flared into full-blown anger before he was able to tamp it down. He'd known this was coming. He'd felt it clear as day.
Go and tell them to present themselves here so their betters can sort it out. They're useless mutt managers. What's the problem with... Stellan, what the hell is going on up there? Go and tell them to present...
Alright, just making sure I'm getting the... Just trying to make sure I'm getting the voice consistent here.
He ordered Stellan, then collapsed into silent meditation. If he were to get through the rest of the day without doing something he'd regret, then he ought to try and find some calm.
Why, Iron, what troubles you so? Why, Iron? Why, Iron?
Nope,
What
stop
troubles
it.
you so?
Stop it. You know who that sounded like? That sounded like the, you know Monty Python and the Holy Grail? The prince... The prince... that Lancelot thinks is a princess that he's saving. And he kills like that whole castle full of people to get to him.
Soon, this whole thing will be yours.
What, the curtains?
It's not the curtains.
What, the curtains? I want to sing.
Oh my god, dude. That's one of the funniest. I think that might be my favorite, that might be my favorite part of the movie. Oops.
Why?
Oh, shit. Okay. Cloying. Coquettish. What does cloying mean? Excessively sweet, rich, or sentimental, especially to a disgusting or sickening degree. Got it. I always think of that line too, Flipster.
She's got huge tracts of land.
Why, Iron? What troubles you so?
Came a cloying and coquettish voice from behind him. He jerked round too quickly, and his armour grated against his true skin underneath, scraping against the ore. He cursed. That sort of damage would take hours to buff out of his true skin. Won't Stellan be pleased? The look on the smug attendant's face as he polished his master would be just another nail in the coffin of Iron's mood.
Is there some reason you've addressed me, Lady Calatrix?
Until you come to get him, we're not to enter the room. Oh my god. Oh, I don't know how many. I bet I've spent an hour of my life laughing at that scene. Well, we're coming with you. No.
Is there some reason you... Go and tell... Is there some reason you have addressed me, Lady Calatrix? Is there some reason you have addressed me, Lady Calatrix?
There we go. He managed. Nope. He managed to push the polite address through his gritted teeth. Let's try one more time.
Is there some reason you have addressed me, Lady Calatrix?
There we go.
Is there some reason you have addressed me, Lady Calatrix?
Not at all, my lord Iron. The laughter in her voice said otherwise. I merely observe that you appear a touch out of sorts. Whatever could be the trouble to dent the jovial attitude of such a regarded noble?
What did I say wrong? Sit on my face and tell me that you love me. What we got going? Bill Underbridge, what's up? We are narrating Chrysalis 5 today. Yeah, Tristan, what did I say wrong? Coquettish? Came a cloying and coquettish voice from behind him. Aurigol Calatrix took great pleasure in seeing her old rival and fellow veteran noble suffering. Retiring to the edge of the Empire had been a move they'd both made, hoping to be rid of others like them, only to find they now lived within the same circle in the same city. The niggling war had begun immediately, and no ceasefire was in sight. Coquettish. Coquettish, got it. Thank you for the correction. Came a cloying and coquettish coquettish. Came a cloying and coquettish voice from behind him. He jerked round too quickly, and his no ceasefire was in sight. Okay, and let me make sure I have this name. What is her first name? Aurigol.
You know, Calatrix.
Iron grated acerbically. Let's see what acerbically means. Sharply or bitingly, critical, sarcastic, or ironic in temper, mood, or tone.
You know, Calatrix. Is there some reason you have addressed... Oh, and tell them to present themselves here so they're better...
I'm not. Okay, I didn't keep it consistent.
Is there... Is there some reason you have addressed me, Lady Calatrix?
He managed.
You know... some reason themselves here so their betters... You know, Calatrix.
Iron grated acerbically.
I've no idea how that husband of yours manages to stay so cheerful. given his circumstances. I've no idea how that husband of yours manages to stay so cheerful, given his circumstances. What's the problem this time? They'll here, so they're better. Reason you have you know, I've no idea how that husband of yours manages to stay so cheerful, given his circumstances.
Lord Calatrix is an endless optimist.
Mired in the bottom of a well. Mired in the bottom of a well.
He couldn't have a finer company.
I can't wait to hear how Annie deals with this character.
The two lapsed into companionable silence, waiting for the others to come to them, as proper nobles should. The titles weighed on them both, but it was hardly something they were allowed to put down. After a few long minutes, Stellan returned with a half-dozen grumpy-looking seekers, their pets trailing at their heels.
What's the problem?
Ein demanded.
We have a rather important task to be about, do we not? Why the delay?
Stellan bowed to his lord, Lady Calatrix, and the other nobles who listened a few meters distant, interested, but not wanting to intrude if they didn't have to. But, I said but instead of but. But not wanting to intrude if they didn't have to. Interested, but not wanting to intrude if they didn't. Interested, but not. I think this is Stellan, isn't it?
Lord Iron, there appears to be some manner of disagreement amongst the Seekers.
They're useless mutt managers. What's the problem this time?
The attendant checked his...
I have spoken to our eminent Seekers, and it appears they do not agree on the direction the quarry we pursue has travelled.
I found the scent trail down the westward tunnel break, my lord. Strong it was, near made my snuffer sneeze his nose off.
Please, my lord and lady, this man is a fool. My charges and I found the trail leading to the northeast, clear as day. I have spoken to our...
Okay, so I have to kind of like monitor all these voices.
Important task to be about, do we not? Why the delay?
And let's make sure I almost forgot to use the labels here. Polisher.
Northeast, clear as day.
All right. So we have...
What's the problem? We have a rather important task to be about, do we not? Why the delay?
I have spoken to our eminent Seekers, and it appears they do not agree on the direction the quarry we pursue has travelled.
I found the scent trail down the westward tunnel break, my lord. Strong it was, near made my snuffer sneeze his nose off.
Please, my lord and lady, this man is a fool. My charges and I found the trail leading to the northeast, clear as day.
Clear as day. Haven't you both just located divergent scout trails? Clear as day. Haven't you both just located divergent scout trails? Clear as day. Haven't you both just located divergent scout trails? Clear as day. Haven't you both just located divergent scout trails?
Iron snapped. Both seekers hastily assured him they had located the correct trail, far too strong for a few scouts, and that the other seeker clearly made the blunder. Both seekers hastily assured him they had located the correct trail, far too strong for a few scouts, and that the other seeker clearly made the blunder. "This is odd, Iron," Calatrix observed.
I agree.
He nodded. He nodded, grim. His poor mood was proving more prophetic than he'd supposed.
The possibility exists that both of these men are correct, and we are being led on a false trail.
Such a thing would be unusual.
Bill Underbridge asks, "What is the most characters you have juggled in one scene?" I have no idea, honestly. I've never really tried to count. I bet I've juggled like 6 to 8. I can't think of anything bigger than like 6 or 8.
His fellow noble observed. Unusual? It would be completely unheard of in the annals of Golgari history. An ant colony with the sort of intelligence to pull a maneuver like this. Such a thing didn't bear thinking about. Yet it remained consistent with what they knew of these monsters. Strange behavior, unusual goals and methods. It would be foolish to believe normal thinking and methods would apply in this case. Thinking and methods would apply in this case. Yeah, it would be foolish. Where did it go? It would be foolish to believe normal thinking and methods would apply in this case. His fellow noble observed. Unusual? Unusual? It would be completely unheard of.
Bring me the farseers and the shapers, he ordered.
No, not American all of a sudden.
He ordered. In short order, it was done. The farseers stood before him, draped in their robes and holding their staves. Iron tried not to pull a face. The farseers were a difficult lot to get along with. Iron tried not to pull a face. The farseers were a difficult lot. Iron tried not to pull a face. The farseers were a difficult lot to get along with. They always seemed delighted to know something you didn't, but they were necessary out in the dungeon. The shapers, on the other hand, were know-it-all do-nothings and scholars. Just being around them set his teeth on edge. The shaper in front of him now, put in charge of his fellow mages by virtue of his close knowledge of the quarry, wasn't much like the shapers Iron had met in the past, but he disliked the man on principle.
Okay, so... Okay, I get it.
We report to you. We report to you as requested, my lord.
They do. What's up, Scraw? Scraw! I love the surprised Pikachu face. That's one of my favorite memes of all time.
We report to you as requested, my lord.
The Farseer envoy bowed low.
What do you want?
The Shaper grunted. Iron reined in his temper before he could smash the man into pieces with a single punch.
It appears the quarry is taking measures to avoid being traced by their saint,
He told them.
I asked for the esteemed Farseers so they might report if their own methods of tracking remained unhindered.
We report to you. It is so, my lord.
The Farseer bowed once more.
Their feet have touched the dungeon, and so it knows them. So long as it does, we do as well.
That was good news.
I've asked for the Shaper representative to join us in case there is any new information. It would seem these ants are behaving in ways beyond what we might expect from monsters such as these. Has anything trickled out of that highly trained mind of yours, Shaper? Something that might save Golgari lives? Not a damned thing,
Granin grunted. There it is, another damn chapter in the books of the book. All right, here goes. All right, guys, I'll be right back. I gotta use the bathroom.
I'll just be a minute. I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. More coffee. Chapter 4. Nope. Chapter 4. Nope. Chapter 4. Being bait. Nope. Being bait. Being John Malkovich. Malkovich! Malkovich! Sorry. Why did I think this was a good idea? I have to say, eldest, I'm not entirely sure. I wasn't surprised when you suggested it, though. I get the feeling that's almost an insult, Propellant. I wasn't surprised when you suggested it, though. I wouldn't dream of it, eldest. My respect for you knows no bounds. I can't tell if you're being I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not anymore. What's sarcastic mean? I'm starting to think you and the others need another round of training. I'll take care of this poorer attitude I'm starting to detect. No, I mean, please, we are far too busy, eldest. I suppose that's true. You guys have it rough. With all the expectations that are put on you? What with all the expectations that are put on you? I really appreciate all the work that you do. We do what we must so that the colony will thrive. As do we all, I suppose. You'd better head on back now, Propellant. I won't be long to... You'd better head on back now, Propellant. It won't be long until they arrive. You'd better head on back. Good luck, eldest. Don't forget the contingency plans and reserves. As if I'm going to use them. If you don't call on us, we'll probably run out on our own and get killed. If you don't call on us, we'll probably run out on our own and get killed. Damn it. Did you put Leroy in charge of something? Of course not. But we could. More training is definitely on the cards for the council. Especially Leroy. That damn fool of an ant is nothing but a headache. And now the others are starting to weaponize her suicidal tendencies against me. They know I can't allow that moronic ant to get herself or others killed. At the same time, they know I'll never allow another ant to put themselves in danger in order to save me. Ergo, they're manipulating me into ensuring I won't refuse to bring out the reinforcements in case something does go wrong. It's hard being an authority figure in a group of such self-sacrificing creatures. Nobody's willing to take a step back, especially when the stakes are high. In fact, the higher the stakes, the more eager they become to throw themselves in the fire. Fine. If I need help, I'll ask for it. Okay. Seemingly satisfied, the mage turns and dashes up the tunnel to rejoin the others. which leaves me and my pets to face the oncoming Golgari. Not that we intend to fight them, naturally. It might come to that, but only in the very worst of circumstances. The lack of scent trails did seem to mess with the trackers hunting us, but only for a time. The guys with the pets no longer go out to scout nearly as often, being relegated to a minor role as the enemy relies on some other method to track us. The guys with the pets no longer go out to scout nearly as often, being relegated to a The guys with the pets no longer go out to scout nearly as often, being relegated to a minor role as the enemy relies on some other method to track us. I feel like... Oh, that wasn't a piss. Anyway. I feel like I need to... There we go. Bring this up a bit more. Bring this... There we go. That's better. It's so cool to be able to just move my monitors like this. This is with my new desk. I'm able to make whatever adjustments I need. Turn a little bit. There we go. Can bring it real close. Method to track us. We'd managed to establish they weren't tracking the hostages. When the two Shapers were shifted to another tunnel, the Golgari showed no sign of shifting from... Kringlebert Fishtybun says, "Can I just say how excited I am to finally be able to binge the DCC tunnel. Have you started already?" Yes, I love standing desks too, Scraw. They're amazing. And what's really cool about mine is that it's programmable. So I have like two settings. This is like, oh, this is where it goes when I want to sit. And then this is my setting for standing and narrating. I think I'll do another setting for laying down and working. Yeah, Kringlebert. I previewed the first episode when I pre-ordered the season. Nice. So you've been waiting. The episodes have been rolling in and you haven't been listening. That's some self-control right there. Well, that's the way we're going to be doing it. When the two Shapers, where did it go? When the two Shapers were shifted to another tunnel, the Golgari showed no sign of shifting from the path of the colony. We next checked if Jim or Sarah were being tracked, but they showed no reaction to the two of them either. Now it was time to see if it was me. Now it was time to see if it was me they were after. The only way to do that was to dangle myself like a juicy worm down a side tunnel while the colony continued on their merry way. Now here we are, my pets and I, waiting to see if the Golgari will divert themselves to follow me or follow the rest of the ants. Once again, the stealth skill has come into play as I wait for the enemy to approach, and they do, at their own steady pace. The procession is mostly unchanged from the last time I saw it, the various members in the same positions. I don't see a supply train yet, though I presume it must be toward the back. I can't imagine all these massive humanoids are going to march this way on an empty stomach. March this far? I can't imagine all these massive humanoids are going to march this far on an empty stomach. Oh, here we go. Now we come to it. They reach the divide in the tunnel not 100 meters away from where I hide and come to a stop. It's a little odd to see the enemy in this way, stretching, chatting, and working kinks out of their backs. The armoured figures in the centre of the column are having an animated discussion. It's hard to make out this far away, but the fact that something is being considered down there is clear. Perhaps they do know where I am. That's not a good thing. Not good at all. After a few minutes of waiting, the decision of the column becomes clear. Surprisingly, they split. A small party of 15 breaks off to move down the tunnel toward me, whilst the others continue on their path. A small party of 15 breaks off to move down the tunnel towards me, whilst the others continue on their path, unerringly following the colony as they've done all this time. Unfortunately for me, it looks like quite a few beefy characters are heading my way. It'll get messy if we wait much longer. Come on, gang. Come on, gang. Let's get the heck out. Come on, gang. Let's get the heck out of here. Creeping carefully, we retreat down the tunnel, trying to stay out of sight. But something doesn't quite seem right. These Golgari are moving swiftly. Way too swiftly. In fact, aren't they just charging? Forget the sneaking. Book it! No longer bothering to try and hide our presence, we sprint down the tunnel in a mad dash. Behind, the Golgari see us and pick up their own pace. Damn it! Not only did they know which direction I was in, they even knew I was close. How? There must be a spell or something of the like on me. When and how they put it on me doesn't matter now. The only thing that matters is... When and how they put it on me doesn't matter now. The only thing that matters is, do I turn and fight or try to flee? Should I bring the colony in to be part of the ambush? There's a chance we can overwhelm these guys and thin the column that hunts us. I need to get a look and see who's come to fight me. I risk a slight turn to bring the sprinting fighters into my view. Oh yeah, they've brought out the big guns. Several of those huge monsters, and even one of the armoured figures. Several of those huge monsters, and even one of the armoured figures. I'm not a fan of this at all. Looks like some shapers have come also. In fact, they look a touch familiar. Chapter 5. What are you really made of? As I flee down the dark, cold tunnel of the second stratum with my pets, I try to get a sense of the strength possessed by the Golgari behind us. The first few are just massive, hulking titans of humanoids way too large to move the way they do. Unlike monsters, size doesn't equate to strength with the sapient races. At least, not directly. According to Bane, the stats humans possess aren't linked to their mass, but rather the capacity to channel mana through their bodies. Having said that, he did explain that someone with a larger might stat is going to be bulkier than others. These behemoths remind me of his words. These behemoths remind me of his words. They're like the Hulk covered in gleaming stone, or like the Thing, but not a joke. I never thought I'd see a non-monster that could arm wrestle Tiny, but here we are. I never thought I'd see a non-monster that could arm wrestle Tiny, but here we are. Comparatively, the armoured figure is smaller, although still of average Golgari height, pushing 3 meters. But something about the way they move is giving me the heebie-jeebies. If I had money, I'd be betting all of it that the armoured figures are the strongest in the group. And they're not only chasing us, but gaining. Come on, Tiny! Pump those ape legs! We need more speed! Need more speed! The giant ape roars in my mind and out loud as he spread his wings. The giant ape... The giant ape roars in my mind. The giant ape roars in my mind and out loud as he spreads his wings, beating them furiously in an attempt to build up more speed. Let's do this. The giant... Speed. Oh, I forgot. He's got actual wings. Never mind. That was incorrect. No, that was not what was supposed to happen. It does help, but not enough. The Golgari are gaining on us so easily. Their expressions are so calm and confident, as if we represent no threat to them at all. Good thing we were prepared for this sort of eventuality. One thing about a hive mind of individually intelligent creatures, there's enough brain power to go around to cover for all eventualities. Certainly, the colony was never going to leave me hanging out to dry. Not far up the tunnel are our reinforcements, ready to spring from their hiding places and... Ready to spring... Not far up the tunnel are our reinforcements, ready to spring from their hiding places and assault the enemy in numbers. Before that happens, I want to try my own mandibles at the fight. See if we can't bring this to a standstill before I need to call out my siblings. Get ready to turn and fight! I call to my pets, and they each respond with determination. That means you need to climb off me, Chrysalis. No. Right. Sorry, Master. Yeesh. She reluctantly pulls herself away from my carapace as we continue our mad dash for a few seconds longer. Mad dash, probably. Cartoon pitter-patter. I don't know. He's got they're pretty big wings, so I think they'd be like... instead of pitter-patter. Yeesh. Yeesh. She reluctantly pulls herself away from my carapace as we continue our mad dash for a few seconds longer. All right! Turn! All right! Turn! All right! Turn! As one, the four of us dig in our heels and slow our momentum, turning round to face the enemy. A flicker of understanding ripples through the Golgari's eyes as they heft their weapons and prepare for contact. It's Tiny who commits first, as it should be. His face distorts in a raw bellow. His face distorts in a raw bellow of rage and delight that shakes the cavern, causing a rain of dust and stone before he leaps high into the air. His wings unfold, brushing against the ceiling, and he draws back both fists over his head. Those ham-sized fists glow fiercely with bright light, and he descends like a godhammer toward the huge Golgari in the front. The front-line stone people gather, combining their strength to withstand the mighty blow that's coming. But the bag of tricks isn't empty yet, not by a long shot. As Tiny falls, his image shimmers, and he appears to slide to one side. Then, with a distorting flicker, there are 4 Tinies descending on the enemy. With ease and precision, Invidia weaves an illusion to protect the great ape as he strikes the foe. One of the soldiers slashes wildly with his oversized blade, cleanly bisecting 2 of the images. And that's when Tiny lands amongst them. Boom! The stone beneath my feet shakes as an explosion of dust and pebbles fills the tunnel, showering me. What became of the Golgari at the point of impact, I've no idea. I can't see a thing. I briefly consider a little air magic to clear the debris, but decide against it. This is perfect cover for my own approach. Fear the ant that you don't see coming. I lower my body and dash forward, firing off a few acid barrages, trying to avoid Tiny's last known location. Even using mana sense isn't helping much, since there are so many bodies of powerful energy present. Oddly enough, it's my heat sense that gives me the clearest indication of where Tiny is, since the Golgari, who are sealed in stone, don't release all that much heat. Behind me, Invidia takes up an unobtrusive position as his green eye blazes with energy. The mana around him whirls in an intricate dance as his ridiculous brain power goes to work, weaving many spells at once. For her part, Chrysalis is forming up her body from the ooze she'd reduced herself to, all three mouths gaping and gnashing horrifically as her tentacles spread. Not only is she reaching and grasping toward the Golgari, but dozens of limbs are plunging into the darkening shadows around her, sinking into the floor and walls only to reappear closer to the enemy. This is exciting! The gang, assembled at last, standing united against the enemy with the colony at our backs. It's enough to really get the blood pumping. I can't help but clack my mandibles in excitement, my 6 legs blurring as I speed through the tunnel. From my vestibule come 1,000 tiny voices, urging me on, demanding they be given the chance to fight alongside me. I take that energy and channel it, filling my body with that drive until my heart might very well explode. The colony is with me. For the colony! I scream as large stone shapes loom out of the darkness. A glint of metal and a sound like a collapsing tidal wave set my antennae blazing as I duck and angle my carapace to receive the blow. Bam! Bam! My poor legs creak as a titanic strike digs a chunk of diamond from my thorax before deflecting above me. Didn't expect me to be that tough, did you? Now revel in the power of my mandibles! Omen chomp! The dark energy manifests around my jaws and I clamp them down on the gleaming giant in front of me. Crunch! Yikes! This guy's tough! Whatever material they used to create that skin, they sure as hell picked a hard one. With my mandibles gripped around the Golgari, I spin and throw them away, using my far greater mass to send them stumbling backward. Then I press forward to find Tiny. Chrysalis has started to make a more active part of the battle. Chrysalis has started to take a more active part of the battle, her tentacles reaching and grasping. Once she latches onto someone, they instantly become coiled by a dozen limbs that relentlessly dig and tear at them. I'm fairly sure she has more up her sleeves, judging by the strange behaviour of the shadows. Things are starting to heat up. That's another chapter done. Chapter 6. The heck are you doing? Just in case things start to turn south, I direct my sub-brains to start drawing on my gravitational mana. I'm not confident I'll be able to subdue this lot. When push comes to shove, I'll need a way out. As I try to shape up to the looming shadows, the dust that still fills the air is sucked away into a ball, leaving everyone blinking in the sudden clarity. Everyone except Tiny, who keeps swinging his fists and blasting out lightning as if nothing changed. There are 15 Golgari in total, and they are all moving in to fight. Thanks to Invidia, the fight isn't going to go out of our favour immediately due to lack of numbers. His barrage of mental attacks, illusions and barriers are enough to keep the opponent on the back foot as Tiny wreaks havoc amongst them. Light on his feet, Tiny shows that he can do Light on his feet, Tiny shows what he can do when he gets serious. Lightning fast ape jabs, a powerful gorilla hook, not to mention his devastating Kong upper. Lightning fast ape jabs, a powerful gorilla hook, not to mention his devastating Kong upper. All jaw-droppingly powerful weapons in the arsenal of his ape boxing skill. The Golgari respond with a sort of practiced ease that makes me nervous. The largest three, with their gleaming skin and oversized weapons, have regained their balance and moved to the front. Even the one I threw is swinging his axe through the air. Behind them, the armoured guy, along with a group of warriors and shapers, fend off Chrysalis' tentacles, seeking up. Behind them, the armoured guy, along with a group of warriors and shapers, fend off Chrysalis' tentacles, seeking openings. Particularly the armoured guy. He's barely having to fight at all, mainly just watching us. Or watching me, specifically. All of a sudden, the three giants dash forward, covering the few metres between them and me in an instant, their weapons flashing through the air, glowing with deadly light. Ha! No matter how fast you move, I can react! Their blows are coordinated, aiming to cut off my path of escape. It's impossible to angle my carapace to receive all three, so I dodge to my left, legs firing with impossible speed, and tilt myself to one side. Bam! 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 Two of the strikes crunch into me, and I brace my legs to absorb the impact as the third slams into the ground beside me. The diamond carapace proves it's up to the task, and despite the glittering chips flying into the air, neither of the two great swords are able to... Great swords. The diamond carapace proves it's up to the task, and despite the glittering chips flying into the air, neither of the two great swords are able to puncture through my exoskeleton. I can tell they didn't expect to fail from the surprise on their faces, but I've only just begun shocking you, chumps! At point-blank range, I pump a gravity bolt into the two Golgari elites who managed to hit me. I wish I'd had the time to condense them, but regular old mana will have to do. At the same time, I flood my mandibles with gravity mana and shift to the left. The moment it's charged, I yank the third elite towards me, causing him to crash into the other two. Unfortunately, they're so monstrously strong that they hold their ground, even with one of their own crashing into their backs. It's enough of a shock to give me the brief moment of time that I need. Pow! 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 Eat rapid-fire acid, fools! Point-blank shots fire from the celebrated commercial empire straight onto the front two elites, splattering them with my patented cleaning agent. Having done the deed, I do the only noble thing. Turn around and run! Tiny, deal with these guys! The giant ape's gleeful laughter echoes in my head as we trade places, me running out and him charging in. I don't want to get bogged down with those three. They're tough as bricks and strong as an ox on steroids. I've got chunks missing out of my back. Chunks, I say. Luckily, the carapace is healing itself already. My business is with the other members of this group. With Tiny supplying the threat and Nvidia keeping him alive, I can plough into the softer targets that Chrysalis has been harassing.
Hey, Gary Dos, what's up? Samantha Marielli started this series after listening to DCC for like the 7th time. Samantha, how many of the audiobooks in this series have you bought so far? Okay, do they say... I've heard Englishmen say harassment. You know what? I'll just do it this way.
Harassment.
Harassment. That's what I thought.
It's that Chrysalis has been harassing.
Harassing.
Harass.
I can't find a pronunciation of harassing. I'm going to say that. I'm going to assume that. Any Englishmen in the audience here? Thank you for recommending the feedback loop. Don't blame meme. Yeah, I'm going to say harassing. If there's...
My business is with the others. Is with the others. My business is with the others. My business is with the other members of this group. With Tiny supplying the threat and Nvidia keeping him alive, I can plough into the softer targets that Chrysalis has been harassing. She still hasn't committed her main body, which is smart. Until that armoured guy moves, I don't want us to get in too deep. If he's stronger than the big three... If he's stronger than the big three, I wouldn't want to try taking a hit. More gravity bolts fly as I weave together something a little heavier. The regular warriors are tough, better than the ones I faced before, and they move with precision and power to strike at me. Without the sheer strength of the elites, though, they struggle to break through my diamond shell. My reflexes fire with insane speed, allowing me to turn and slant my body to deflect blows I see coming a fraction before they begin. Good,
not too much spittle.
Chomp! Chomp! My mandibles lash out at the press of bodies. Every time I grip a Golgari in my jaws, I throw them to sow more chaos. Every time I grip a Golgari in my jaws, I throw them to sow more chaos, right up until the gravity domain descends.
Mr. Hughes.
Right up until the gravity domain Right, where is this? Every time I grip a Golgari in my jaws, I throw them to sow... Every time I grip a Golgari in my jaws, I throw them to sow more chaos, right up until the gravity domain descends. A dark purple sphere of pure gravity expands outward with me in the centre, pulling all the Golgari to the ground. They're strong. Too strong to fall from such a spell, but it's enough to hinder their movements as their weapons drag their arms to the ground. Probably my favourite thing about the gravity domain against opponents like these is the way every blow becomes more difficult for them. With the weight of their own blades pulling them down, my carapace is easily able to deflect normal strikes, buying more time for the diamond layer to heal itself. Still, things are getting crazy in here. Tired of messing around, weapons are starting to light up as skills are put to use. The area becomes full of glowing ape fists, blade light and crushing mandibles as I fight my way back to the Shapers. These are the guys who need to get put out of action the most. Without mage support, I'm not as worried about the warriors. When the potential exists for me to get half knocked out with one punch, I can't fight properly. Get out of my way!
Okay. Another thing I'm slightly worried about. No, that's as far as that's going to go. Let's see. Maybe further away is going to help.
I don't know.
Let's see.
Maybe that's better. For the reflection. That's what I'm worried about at the moment. Out of my way! Potential exists for me to get half knocked out with one punch. I can't fight properly. Tired of messing around, weapons are starting to light up as skills are put to use. The area becomes...
So when I moved my my desk, I also added this extra bit of sound deadening that's like hanging right here, and I think that's killing a lot of the reflection. So I think I've really improved the sound of my booth as well.
Out of my way! Protected by the domain, and with the armoured figure still just observing the action, I bully my way to confront the Shapers, only to run into a familiar face. He doesn't look super happy to see me, though. Gah! Making contact in this situation is risky, but I'll have to chance it. Grannon? What the hell, man?
I know,
He sighs.
got recruited just as forcefully as you did.
Is that Tarina and Corin over there?
Yep, we're the experts on all things Anthony and ants, apparently.
Bam! Bam! Weapons continue to rattle against my carapace as I dodge left and right whilst trying to work out what the hell I'm going to do about my allies being here to hunt me down. Oh, what's the plan then, Grannon? Going to attack me? Kill my family?
Honestly, I was hoping we never caught up to you. We aren't being particularly useful right now, but eventually we'll get an order that we can't refuse.
Damn it, Grannon. You put me in a pretty damn awkward position here.
Tell me about it. Tell me about it.
This sucks. I think it's time to bug out. Retreat! Fall back down the tunnel and we'll scare them off with numbers. Tiny, get the... Tiny, get the hit... Crunch! Get the hit... Crunch! In a motion so fast, I can barely register what's happening. Even as I sensed it in advance, the armoured figure drew his sword, lunged, and crossed the space between us. His blade, illuminated with cold light and glowing runes, punctured my carapace with an alarming rip, the tip of the blade barely sliding past my core as I lifted my legs on one side to shift the angle. What in the name of heck was that? Chapter 7. Stabbed in the heart? Who's to blame? Stabbed in the heart. Who's to blame?
There we go.
Stabbed in the... Chapter 7. Stabbed in the heart. Who's to blame?
Ouch! Ouch!
If someone ever told you that getting an enchanted blade through the gizzards is a good time, let me be the first to assure you that isn't the case. The pain is immediate and intense. I throw my body to the side in a desperate roll, keen to dislodge that sword from my guts. Thankfully, the armor's warrior has a grip of steel and the sword pulls cleanly out. Tucking my legs, I spring back up to find the mysterious figure watching me carefully. This situation is not cool, and I don't approve of it. How the heck did he get through? How the heck did he get through me so easily? Is it something special about the sword, or something about the fighter himself? The sword sure as hell looks rad, though, covered in glittering runic script and dotted with embedded cores down the blade. Bet that's expensive. I strain my senses and trigger my healing glands to deal with my internal injuries. My pets have already started to retreat, following my order, which has the unfortunate side effect of leaving me, high and dry, lagging behind them. Was this his plan? I pour more mana into the gravity domain, compressing the energy to increase the strength of the pool. Chrysalis, I need some distraction. Chrysalis, I need some distraction. Have you got something for me? Master, are you all right? I won't be if you can't give me some cover. ANTventure, you too! I'm already moving, assuming my pets have my back. If I stay here even a few more seconds, I'm going to get surrounded, domain or no. My compound eyes are watching the armoured figure like a hawk ant as I scooch my way back toward the reinforcements and away from the Golgari. The huge elite warriors are turning on me already, whilst their leader watches on, blade loosely held. Thankfully, before they take a swing, a sudden darkness blooms round me, plunging the already dim tunnel into complete black. At the same time, my mana sense comes alight as spheres of concentrated energy flare to life around me. Chrysalis and ANTventure have... Where the fuck did it go? Chrysalis and ANTventure have come to save the day, obscuring me visually and through mana sense. Time to dash! My legs explode into motion, and I rush forward, keen to get some... My legs explode into motion, and I rush forward, keen to get some separation between these rock people and myself. As nice as Granin is, he's clearly not in control here, and I won't rely on Golgari kindness again. Just as I pick up traction, my antennae flicker a warning. I twist my body by a fraction as the runic blade plunges toward me. I twist my body by a fraction as the runic blade plunges toward me with inhuman speed. Crunch! Damn it! That freaking hurts! Once again, with a sickening splintering, that hateful blade has pierced my wonderful diamond carapace and poked a hole in my organs! I need those organs! This guy moves so fast, it's beyond belief. How was he even able to locate me? Sound? Surely that's not possible. At least he made one mistake, which was to attack me from behind. Pow, pow, pow! Eat acid! At point-blank range, the powerful Golgari has no choice but to cop the sizzling liquid right in the chest as I pull away once again. ANTventure! Shield! The restorative fluid from my healing gland is still sloshing through... The restorative fluid from my healing gland is still sloshing through my body... The restorative fluid from my healing gland is still sloshing through my body from the first strike. From the first strike! Come on now. There we go. That's better. The restorative fluid from... now it's tilted. Now it's tilted wonkily. There we go. The restorative fluid from my healing gland is still sloshing through my body from the first strike, and my HP slowly regenerates. After 2 seconds, a hardened barrier forms between the Golgari and I, granting me some level of protection. Thank goodness that guy didn't chop off my legs! For whatever reason, he seemed to think his stabbing attacks would be fatal in one hit, so he saw no need to immobilize me. It's true, I can't seem to defend myself against those strikes. They come too fast and hard, even for my... It's true, I can't seem to defend myself against those strikes. They come too fast and hard. It's true, I can't seem to defend myself against those strikes. They come too fast and hard, even for my hyper-accelerated reflexes. It's true, I can't seem to defend myself against those strikes. They come too fast and hard, even for my It's true, I can't seem to defend myself against those strikes. They come too fast and hard, even for my hyper-accelerated reflexes. That, in and of itself, is something I never thought would be possible. I rush 30 metres down the tunnel and rejoin my pets. I can sense the colony swarming in their hidden chambers around me, granting me a strong sense of comfort. Even if I can't hold them off on my own, we can hold them off together. Damn, my guts hurt. The darkness fades away. Oh, shit. Why did that happen? My script just randomly skipped all the way back. Jesus! Alright, what chapter are we on? Then chapter 7. Hey, what's up, Red Hulk? Thanks for coming. Here we are, chapter 7. Right. Crunch, damn it. Here we are. Damn, my guts hurt. The darkness fades away to reveal the Golgari, reforming their group as they begin to march toward us. Near the back, Granin, Tarina and Corrin walk with their people, grim looks between all three. If I was to guess, I'm thinking they don't want this to come to a bloody end, just as much as I don't. They helped a lot in the past, and I certainly can't say they'd be spared if an all-out battle was to ensue here. No, that sounded very weird. They helped... Thank you, Red Hulk, I appreciate it. They helped a lot in the past. And I certainly can't say they'd be spared if an all-out battle were... They helped a lot in the past, and I certainly can't say they'd be spared if an all-out battle were to ensue here. Fuck me. They helped a lot in the past, and I certainly can't say they'd be spared if an all-out battle were to ensue here. At the same time, things won't go as well for me in the colony if they decide to fight for real. They helped a lot in the past, and I certainly can't say they'd be spared if an all-out battle were to ensue here. At the same time, things won't go... not quite there. They helped a lot in the past, and I certainly can't say they'd be spared if an all-out battle were to ensue here. At the same time, things won't go as well for me in the colony if they decide to fight for real. That figure encased in steel is the key. That's clearly the leader here. My acid has little effect on them. The armour is just as polished as it was before. It doesn't look as if the acid was even able to adhere properly and just sloughed off. Please don't tell me that's some sort of enchanted armour. A fight is still possible, but I'm going to try another way first. A fight is still possible, but I'm going to try another way first. Come on out, family! Time for a show of force! I call out to the hidden ants, and they reveal themselves immediately. The core shapers come first, their shadow beast pets sliding from cover and blending into the darkness round them. Then the soldiers, the scouts, mages, healers, and generals. Hundreds of them crawl out of the walls and floor until they cover every surface, forming a living wall of carapace and mandibles that confronts that mere 15 Golgari. Is that right? Yes. Leave it to a colony of ants to perform a dominant display of numbers. Some might expect I would feel ashamed at this overwhelming numerical advantage. Some might expect I would feel ashamed at this overwhelming numerical advantage. Such people are fools! Charlatans, all! Also, they smell bad! Ants need numbers to win. These sorts of odds are only natural. Viva la swarm! I'll give the Golgari credit. They remain stone-faced. When confronted with this intimidating scene, when we show no sign of advancing, they slow to a halt and stand before us, weapons poised. Between the two sides, a standoff ensues. Two forces separated by only a dozen meters. The potential for explosive violence is thick in the air. The cold and oppressive darkness of the second stratum presses in around us, and not a single figure wants to move in case they spark the conflict. It's into this tense atmosphere that I will need to insert my charm. With slow caution, I deliberately weave together a mind bridge and extend it to the armoured Golgari. I don't want to startle anyone, so I keep my control tight and the contact light. The spell settles on him gently. The spell settles on him gently, and I open myself up to the channel with care. Damn, I could cut this air with an antenna. I swear it's that thick. Need to be so careful here. What's happening, Rockman? Gotta keep it light. Next chapter. Screaming on through. Chapter 8. They really want me stabbed. A nice, soft touch. That's always the correct play. Keep it friendly, no need to shout or get angry. That stuff never diffused anything. Believe me, I know. You got to smile through the screaming. That's how you get your bacon out of the frying pan. So far, signs are good. The powerful Golgari warrior, encased in gleaming metal, is yet to stab me through the face, so let's call the initial salvo a victory.
You would be Anthony, I presume?
The mental voice that comes back to me is deep and powerfully resonant. Just by touching that mind, I can tell this guy isn't ordinary. There are depths of power here that he hasn't yet displayed. A sleeping aura that boils beneath the surface, controlled and concealed. I get the feeling if he was really to cut... I get the feeling if he was to really cut loose, not only my pets and I, but also his allies would be impacted by it. That's me. One big ol' want. That's me. One big ol' want. Big ol' want. One big ol' ant.
You were once a human, were you not?
That is indeed the case.
Interesting. I presume you choose to surround yourself with these monsters for security, yes?
He gestures toward the eerily still wall of ants that cover the tunnel walls and ceiling with one hand. I watch him carefully for any other sign of motion. If he moves a single toe, I want to see it happening in advance. Come on, Antani, don't fail me now. I'm not sure what you mean. I've been more welcome and treated far better amongst them than any... I'm not sure what you mean. I've been more welcome and treated far better amongst them than with any civilized race I've come across so far, with the possible exception of the Sophos.
Monsters rejecting the sapient to consort with monsters. I'm hardly surprised.
What? What? That attitude may be part of the problem. What was your name?
Right. I do not give my name to creatures such as you. Why do you wish to talk with me, creature? We have business to be about.
This guy has issues. Serious problems in the upstairs department. You still want to fight? I think we both know that were we to continue, every Golgari behind you would die, even if you survived. It's hard to read the man's emotions, his face being hidden. It's hard to read the man's emotions, his face being hidden behind the intricate helmet he's wearing along with the armour. Now that I'm close enough to get a good look, the armour is super fancy. Smooth, burnished surfaces, elegant lines, and incredibly fine detailing. Smooth, burnished surfaces, elegant lines, and incredibly fine detailing. I'll be shocked if it isn't enchanted. The cores must be socketed somewhere inside the suit, which makes sense. They'd create a weak point were they placed anywhere else. Such a suit must be immensely difficult to make, not to mention pricey. My estimation of this guy's status is rising even further.
These proud warriors would be pleased to give their lives to achieve our mission, which, I might add, is exterminating you and your kind,
he proclaims. I'm just going to leave that off. You really want to test the dedication of your members against mine? I'll give you a hint at how that'll go. They're insects. The figure has barely moved, and now indicates indifference with the slightest lift of his shoulders.
You have killed my people, monster. The city has charged me and mine with the extermination of your kind, down to the last, so that no further infestation will spread to threaten the Empire of Stone. I know not what you seek to achieve with this banter.
Preservation of life? According to your own words, more of your people will die here in this tunnel than have perished at my people's mandible so far. If you actually care to keep your people alive, then turning round and returning to your city is by far the best choice. I have no wish to kill your people. We seek only to return to our home, far from here. The ants around me maintain their eerie, inhuman stillness, all eyes locked on the gleaming figure encased in metal. Even to me, it's a creepy scene. When I include Chrysalis, all three maws open and dripping with ooze as she gnaws on the air whilst staring at the... When I include Chrysalis, all three maws open and dripping with ooze as she gnaws on the air whilst staring at the Golgari, it becomes a touch unnerving. Just chill out, Chrysalis. He stabbed you, Master. I'm aware. Twice! I'm I was there. Just don't attack unless I say, all right?
Fine.
Phew. This situation is bad enough without Chrysalis going off the deep end and committing us all to battle. Even now, the bulk of the Golgari force is still tracking the majority of the colony somewhere in the tunnels. My fear is that battle has already commenced over there, though I know the colony is doing all they can to maintain the distance. There should be no chance that they're fighting, but still, I worry. The armoured figure has remained silent for a few beats, and I feel compelled to fill the silence. You need to make a decision, Guy. Either you turn around and walk away, or we fight it out to the death right here. There doesn't appear to be any middle ground.
These ants, he muses, they don't behave as they should. I presume that's because of your influence.
I suppose a little of my personality rubbed off on them. What can I say? On the bright side, they aren't trying to eat you right now. He nods and hefts his weapon.
Hopefully they'll return to their savage selves after you're dead.
No. Come on, please. My antennae flicker a warning, and I respond on instinct, twisting to one side and the sword... Come on, please. My antennae flicker a warning, and I respond on instinct, twisting to one side, and the sword slides past my face and sinks into my thorax. Are you serious? Do you have any idea how many are going to die because of this? Omen chomp! My mandibles crunch around the armour, dragging the figure closer to my face. There's going to be war! None of your people will make it back to their city!
The Empire of Stone is always at war with the dungeon, monster. The Empire of Stone is always at war with the dungeon, monster.
There we go. Chapter 9. War. War commences. Well, nards. I mean, even with a sword sticking in me and an angry Golgari in a fancy suit of armour staring hatefully into my eyes, all I can think of is the unwinding consequences of this action. How many ants, how many creatures will suffer as a result? All so unnecessary. These freaking morons!
Ooh, Eternal Dominion. Yeah, that's a tricky one, Malweez. Just keep an ear out for news on that.
Luckily for me, my fellow colony members are not quite as upset at the Luckily for me, My fellow colony members are not quite as upset at the prospect of the oncoming conflict. Luckily for me, my fellow colony members are not quite as upset at the prospect of the oncoming conflict. The moment the armoured stone giant... The moment the armoured stone giant strikes me, the hundreds of ants, not to mention my pets, leap into action. Acid and spells, held at the ready during the standoff, are now let loose. The air is chock full of sizzling liquid, fireballs and pheromones as the ants scream their war cries and rush headfirst into the conflict. Before I can even attempt to dislodge the blade from my carapace, Chrysalis has lashed the powerful Golgari warrior with a dozen limbs. A horrific grinding begins as the... A horrific grinding begins as she unsheathes her barbs and they tear into his armour. Tiny wastes no time and leaps into the thick of the fray, leading the ant charge, Nvidia tagging along as every surface of the tunnel becomes a crawling mass of insects surging toward the enemy.
For the colony! Destroy them! Defend the eldest! Destroy them! Defend the eldest!
The ants cry out relentlessly as they stream into battle, biting and chomping everything they can, utilising the group tactics that were drilled into them at the academy. The Golgari don't wait for death, but instead spring forward like the trained professional warriors that they are. Against the swarming ants, they deploy wide, sweeping blades of swordlight, trying to cut down as many of the onrushing monsters as they can. The result is probably not as impressive as they'd hoped. Big-bodied Tier 4 soldiers in the front lines perform their duty and throw themselves in harm's way to protect their more vulnerable kin. Their thick carapaces absorb the strikes, large rents appearing on their bodies, but they don't stop pushing forward. The armoured Golgari and I remain locked in our own... The armoured Golgari and I remain locked in our own little world, each hardly moving. I can tell Chrysalis isn't having much luck breaking through their powerful armour, and I don't expect she will. The gear this guy is strutting around in puts him on another level, and I don't think she'll be able to cut through to him at her current tier. I wonder what sort of ore someone this strong was able to secure for their skin. Something fancy, no doubt, but surely not as strong as his armour.
You killed a lot of your own people today,
I tell him.
You're very confident for a bug. Do you think we can't squash you as we please? You've never seen anything like us before, Rockhead. When you crawl back to your home, make sure you remember that this didn't have to happen. Chrysalis!
At my mental shout, Chrysalis releases her grip on him, and my mandibles crunch down, heedless of how his blade twists in my carapace. With the energy of the colony flooding out... With the energy of the colony flooding out of the vestibule and diffusing throughout my whole being, I truly feel as if my life force is boundless.
Omen chomp! Omen chomp! Omen chomp!
Not holding back anymore, the dark mandibles manifest and slam down, rapid firing onto the glittering armour. Sensing my intent, he reacts to defend himself, and the runes engraved in the metal flare to life, drawing on the mana in the air for the first time. As my jaws clamp down, they're being repulsed by a force emanating outward from the armour. It's not really a problem, though, since my jaws are far from the only weapons I have available. I let the mind bridge dissolve and the mind mana construct with it. I don't see the point in talking to this guy any longer, and I highly doubt someone as strong as he is will be vulnerable to my mental tricks. Instead, I draw on the fire mana construct I prepared during our chat and give him a face full of blue flames.
Rocks can melt, sucker! How do you like them toasty apples?
The heat from the flickering tongues of blue flame is intense. The very moisture from my eyeballs is evaporating, even though I'm the very moisture from my eyeballs is evaporating, even though I'm the one casting it. I can't imagine it's a whole lot of fun for the enemy. Indeed, after only a second of being wreathed in flame, he moves. With that eerie, impossible speed, he withdraws the blade from my side, and rather than stab me, he batters the blade into my side with raw strength, diverting the flame away. I switch off the magic before I roast my own siblings and allow the strike to turn my body round. Pow! 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 I know the acid isn't going to do much to him, but it doesn't hurt to let him leave a... I know the acid isn't going to do much to him, but it doesn't hurt to let him have a second serving. This also has the added benefit of shifting my core away from that damn sword and presenting him with the least... This also has the added benefit of shifting my core away from that damn sword and presenting him with the least vital section of my body. Which turns out to be a good thing, since he stabs me there before I can turn around again. I grit my mandibles against the pain and trigger my healing gland again. I can only thank my bulk that his one-handed sword isn't able to penetrate far enough to pierce my core from back there. Determined, I swing myself back round to face him. Determined, I swing myself back around to face him directly, my antennae blazing with laser focus to detect his moves before he can make them. When we come face to face, his sword is already in position to pierce my brain. Opening my jaws wide, I unleash more fire. The blade flickers forward, only to be slapped mid-air by Chrysalis tentacle. The blade flickers forward, only to be stabbed. Chrysalis tentacle. Slapped. The blade flickers forward, only to be slapped mid-air by a Chrysalis tentacle. The figure's strength is still immense, and she isn't able to The figure's strength is still immense, and she isn't able to divert the blade completely, but it's enough to turn the strike away from my head. He growls in frustration as his blade sinks into my thorax and the flames roar against his armor. I don't care how damn tough you are, this level of fire has got to hurt. I can feel a welling frustration building within him as well. I'm sure he wants to I'm sure he wants to finish me off quickly and go help the rest of the Golgari, but I'm continuing to prove difficult to kill. Every second that passes, the colony gets closer to victory over the others. There's just no way that 14 stone people are going to be able to hold off hundreds of Tier 3 and 4 monsters who work together. I can only hope that Granin and his triad are able to make it out alive. It would be rough if the only reward they received for helping me was an untimely end at the mandibles of my siblings. Heh, you've got no chance of finishing me off. You've got no chance of finishing me off fast enough to save them, punk. What are you gonna do about it? Isn't it time we took the gloves off? Isn't it time we took the gloves off? Another chapter down. Chapter 10. Battle concludes. Like air in a bellows, the palpable strength within this armoured figure rises and falls in his attempt to control it. He knows as well as I do that he doesn't have any choice but to unleash it. What will it matter if some of his people become collateral damage, if none of them are going to survive anyway? The same proposition is looming before my multifaceted eyes as well. The same proposition is looming before my multifaceted eyes as well. The same proposition is looming before my multifaceted eyes as well. If I don't force this guy to retreat, he'll kill... If I don't force this guy to retreat, he'll kill every ant here, or come very close to it. I'm going to have to pull out the big guns to get him out of here, and there's little chance I'll be able to prevent the rest of the colony from getting caught up in the crossfire. Definitely not a preferred choice, but I'm just going to have to deal with it. Come on then, blockhead. Show me what you've got. Power surges through me as the vestibule channels the will of every ant in range, thousands of individuals, into me as energy. Harnessing that, I push my body and minds further than I ever have before. One of my sub-brains weaves together a new elemental construct while I focus my energy on my jaws and lunge for another vicious chomp. The pain of the blade in my side threatens to jar my focus as I fight to hold him still, blue flames pouring from my mouth, roasting him with intense heat. I feel the surge building before it comes. Rather than retreat, I step forward, bringing the Golgari even closer so that I might shield my family from as much harm as possible. Light blazes from his armor as an irresistible wave of force expands outward, blasting everything away. I try to absorb the power of it, but my legs give out, unable to hold on in the face of such strength. My mandibles are forced open, and the sword is torn out of me as my huge body is blown backward 5 meters, and the very rock around us shakes from the force of the impact. When my vision clears, I can see that the walls have been caved in around the figure. Ew. You see that disgusting spit bubble? Just... When my vision clears, I can see that the walls have been caved in around the figure, with many ants crushed against the stone from the skill that was unleashed. Damn this moron! If he's so desperate for a war that the... Damn this moron! If he's so desperate for a war that will kill thousands, then at the very least he should be the one... If he's so desperate for a war that will kill thousands, then at the very least he should be one of the first to fall. My minds work in flawless harmony, weaving together 2 different elements to form an entirely new spell. Roaring heat from the fire mana construct held in my left brain melds with firm earth mana from my right, creating a new mana. Thick and bursting with raw power, my central sub-brain takes hold of this new energy and crafts a spell out of it, all in the blink of an eye. The ability to form new types of mana is just one of the startling advances my spellcraft has made over the last few weeks. My capacity to manipulate mana has grown by leaps and bounds, not to mention that never-ending repetitive practice has driven these new patterns into my subconscious. I've been having dreams about them for Gandalf's sake. It all shows in the incredible ease with which I pull together this new magic. Eat lava, sucker! 5 meters in front of me, the armoured Golgari is ablaze with energy. Mana floods into his armour and blade as he draws back to unleash a mighty blow. Luckily, I can strike before he gets the chance. Before my face, a sizzling ball of molten rock takes shape, then launches through the air and slams into the figure's chest. The physical force is enough to disrupt his balance, but far from enough to knock him down. That's what the next 3 are for. Lava bolt after lava bolt rockets toward him as he fights to hold his feet. I'm also advancing, step by step, never letting my focus waver. If I allow him a moment of respite, he'll be able to unleash his skill, and who knows the devastation he'll be able to cause with that. I can't give him the chance. The battle rages around me as ants rush in, pheromones flying and rattling off my antennae. Cries of victory, calls for healers, requests for backup. It all washes over me and slides past my consciousness, sunk deep into meditation, my focus absolute. I will not be distracted. Step, step, My mandibles flex and open wide, charging with power as the dark mandibles bloom to life. Omen chop! With a shout of rage, the Golgari tightens his grip on the hilt of his sword and brings it down in a massive overhead strike. The moment it begins to move, the pressure it unleashes is absurd, nearly crushing me to the floor. With my very slight glimpse into the future, my senses scream that his blade... With my very slight glimpse into the future, my senses... With my very slight glimpse into the future, my senses scream that this blade means death. Even the sight of it is horrifying. His stamina has flooded the blade until it's bursting with light, extending from the tip of the blade through the ceiling of the tunnel. The runes along the blade are lit with pure mana and the energy... The runes along the blade are lit with pure mana, and the energy in the air howls, forming a vortex around the blade itself. To be struck would kill me, I'm certain of that. Diamond carapace or no, this is still an ability above my grade. But I refuse to dodge. Acting against my every instinct, I don't roll to the side or leap backward. In that split second, hovering on the border of life and death, I dash forward. The arm descends as my mandibles close. Snap! Boom! My mandibles crunch on his arm, arresting its descent, but with a roar of rage, he forces the skill to fall. Using only his wrist, he directs the howling storm onto my back. In that last moment, there's a resounding snap from his arm, and a final blast of lava sprays from my mouth across the figure's face. Then the sword falls. At first. Then the sword falls. His face. Then the sword falls. At first, I don't feel anything, and I'm filled with relief. Then I realise that I don't feel anything. Before I can work out what the problem is, I still need to deal with this idiot. He roars in pain as the molten stone slips through the gaps in his helmet to bubble against his true skin. Despite his grip remaining firm around his sword hilt, his wrist hangs loose, unable to exert strength. If I'm going to get a chance to finish off this chump, this is it. I attack in a frenzy, jaws pumping furiously as I blast him with lava. At this point-blank range, almost as much of the stuff lands on me as slips through his armour. The molten stone hisses as it superheats my... Superheats? Hisses. The molten stone hisses as it superheats my carapace, but I pay it no mind. I can't afford to. Triggering my healing gland again, I keep on biting. Desperate to fight me off, the Golgari uses his good hands to hammer at my head with his ferocious strength, trying to force my head away. My strength fading, I can't resist for long, and he eventually succeeds in smashing a fist down on my eye. Instantly blinded on that side, I reel in pain and my jaws slacken, allowing the Golgari loose. He doesn't hesitate and explodes outward with a... He doesn't hesitate and explodes outward with power, forcing me and every ant nearby back against the walls. With a final glance at the skittering horde of insects around him. He flickers and dashes away down the tunnel, smashing any ant that gets in his way. As he fades from view, it's only then that I realise my abdomen is missing. As in, the whole thing. Damn it! Closed for business. Then I pass out. Chapter 11. Incredible Advances in Medical Technology. Turns out that the Tier 4 healers have a whole new range of tricks up their carapace. Some have even modified their acid production with a variant that allows them to shoot regenerative fluids instead. They've literally got medic guns! The things that are possible in this world, I tell you. When I come around, a group of healers is clustered round me, fussing over my injuries. I immediately glance back at my shattered rear zone and sigh with relief when I see that it's started to regenerate. It doesn't look pretty, that's for sure. In fact, it looks anything but pretty. A pulsing blob of flesh covered with a congealing... A pulsing blob of flesh covered with a congealing layer of glittering, clear shell hangs off my thorax. Yuck. Luckily, it's regrowing nicely. When I check my status... Yuck. Luckily, it's regrowing nicely. When I check my status, there's no change in my glands or organs, which is great. I'd have been majorly ticked off if all the hard work I'd put... I'd have been majorly ticked off if all the hard work I'd put into mutation, not to mention all the itching I'd endured, had been lost in the business district. I'm feeling surprisingly good, considering a third of my body was smashed to nothing. That strike was completely nuts. By far the most powerful skill I've ever seen. The armoured Golgari are not to be messed with, that's become clear. Maybe after I've evolved again, I'll be able to go up against them more evenly. The colony doesn't seem to share my relaxed attitude to my injury. There are at least 20 ants hovering around me right now, screaming constantly about the situation.
We need more regenerating fluids! Hurry up with it!
I'm all out! There's a lot of healing that needs to get done around here!
Then get the heck out of the way!
Do any of you healers know healing magic? None of you! Why the hell don't we have magic healers in this group? I kind of feel nervous about telling them that I have healing magic. I mean, I've been using it on myself, don't get me wrong, they just seem very tense. I could also let them know that Nvidia is perfectly capable of healing, but I've got him out healing the injured ants in the tunnels and don't need him to be dragged back here to look after me. Let me through. Step back a little. Let me through. A calm, authoritative voice breaks through the babble, and soon Propellant appears next to me. You look a little worse for wear, eldest. Ah, hey there. What's the damage like? Ah, hey there. What's the damage like? I know we lost people. I just hope it wasn't too bad. Not as bad as you might expect, eldest. The healers are doing great work, as they always do, and the overwhelming numbers advantage allowed us to effectively swarm the enemy. Fair enough. Were there any prisoners? Did anyone surrender? Please let Granin and the others have survived. We did actually have 3 surrender during the fight. They're under guard right now. I thought you might want to speak to them before we move on. Great! Fantastic news! Where are they? After getting directions, I ignore the shouting of the healers and start dragging my battered body toward my erstwhile allies. They're standing calmly, surrounded by dozens of monstrous ants. Tiny is there, joking around with Corrin, each throwing playful punches at the other. When I appear, Granin and Tarina turn to me, and their combined minds reach out. Hey there, squad! I'm so glad you survived, I greet them. Granin huffs.
You look like crap.
I take in the slowly morphing blob of flesh hanging off my back end. Well, I think I got off pretty light, all things considered. Granin brings his hands up to run over his face. He looks weary.
A lot of my people have died here. This isn't going to turn out well, Anthony.
Hey, look, I tried. I offered to just let you guys walk away back to your city where we would never be seen again. That moron insisted on battle, even if the situation was against you.
I figured. Though it sucks, this was predictable. The nobles won't back down once they've been given a task. That's just how it goes.
He eyes the rest of the ants nearby and farther down the tunnel.
I can see what you've done here. You modified the queen, didn't you?
I fiddle my antennae and kick the dirt a little. I did, I confess. Yeah, I did. I did. I wanted my colony to thrive, to be successful. In this world, they're my family, after all. Is that so wrong? Granin falls silent, and Tarina steps forward to fill in the gap. It isn't like you did the wrong thing, Anthony. But you have to understand how others are going to react when they find out what you've done. A normal colony of ants is considered a scourge. What you've created here will be seen as the enemy of all sapient life on Pangera. But why? I protest. We haven't been the aggressors in any conflict. The colony has just been doing its thing, raising young and exploring the dungeon. We haven't done anything wrong. She only shakes her head. It doesn't matter. If you keep exploring, keep expanding, then you'll eventually run into other dungeon powers. The lower you go, the more crowded it becomes. Battles for territory happen all the time down here, and nobody wants to share. If your colony shows up, they are going to get violently rejected.
It's not only that,
Granin breaks in.
The dungeon is all about resources, experience, cores, and rare materials.
I'm not sure what that has to do with... Oh, heck. We are a resource. Granin nods.
Big ant colony, tons of experience, and if I'm not mistaken, every one of these ants has a core. A walking fortune. Probably a lot of usable monster parts as well. Good chunk of carapace can make fine armor in the right hands. People are going to fight for the chance to hunt you down.
Well, damn it. I'd not considered it like that. This super sucks.
Now that things have come to this, once word gets back to the city, they are going to start mobilizing. You'll have a little time, but not much, before the Empire moves against you. If you're lucky, it'll just be them. If you're unlucky, they'll invite others as well.
Others?
Other kingdoms, other forces and armies that occupy space in the dungeon. You're lucky the area you live in is so underdeveloped. You're lucky the area you live in is so undeveloped, at the higher levels at least. But I guarantee that there are powerful groups taking up space below you.
Hardly shocking, I suppose. Still, they paint a very depressing picture of almost endless conflict to come. So, what are you guys going to do? Granin pulls a face and spits to one side.
Hell, there's basically no way for me to avoid the conflict. I'm not even sure how I'll explain our survival.
You can always come with me, I offer.
No thanks. I know you've been treated poorly, and that the coming conflict isn't on you. But I think I'll head back to the Shapers and try to get the cult on firm footing. I'm not the sort of Golgari who can fight against his people.
Fair enough. I couldn't ask it of you. It's disappointing. Despite everything, Granin has become something of a mentor to me. Despite everything, Granin has become something of a mentor. Despite everything, Granin has become something of a mentor to me. But I understand his choice and can only wish the best for him.
So, I'll be sending these two idiots with you instead.
He points at Tarina and Corin. Chapter 12. The Long Walk Home. The tunnels are a complete mess. Huge cracks run through the stone and sections are collapsing all over the place. Before we even meet up with the main group, I know what's taken place. The moment I came under attack, the message was passed to enact the ambush on the Golgari in the other tunnel. No point allowing the two groups of rock people to reunite and fight together. No point allowing the two groups of rock people to reunite and fight together. Decisive action was called for. I objected to the colony going head-to-head against such a powerful enemy, but the other members of the council assured me they had another strategy in mind, which turned out to be collapsing the tunnel on top of the enemy's heads. Using earth mages and our natural predilection to tunnel digging, the council was able to arrange a fairly broad tunnel collapse in a matter of hours. After the stone came down, the ants moved in to fight whatever they could find, taking advantage of the less-than-ideal state of their opponents. The fact that the armoured Golgari, the nobles, were in the centre of the column would have played to our advantage. They should have taken the brunt of the fall and been too far from the front to be in a position to fight the ants. Somehow, I doubt they died. With their skills, armour, and doubtlessly potent true skin, if anyone was going to survive a tunnel collapse, it would be them. All the more reason to get ourselves out of here.
Eldest, what a glorious injury you've received. I'm jealous. Alice.
Oh, Leroy, you idiot. You're looking disappointingly healthy.
Alice.
Ugh, Leroy, you idiot. You're looking disappointingly healthy.
I was unable to find an enemy during the battle. I wanted to start unearthing the Golgari, but the others stopped me.
Her antennae droop sadly as she talks of saving the lives of our enemies, only to end them in person. I'm tired, Leroy. What did you want?
Right. The others were wondering if you wanted to discuss what was going to happen next. It's a little up in the air from what I gather.
Up in the air? Why the heck would it be up in the air? Let's go home! Irritated, I drag my still regenerating backside round the tunnel until I find the other council members gathered in a huddle. What the heck is going on here? I demand. We need to get away from this place and go back to the nest. Why am I hearing about discussions regarding our plans? The others make room for me, my larger frame taking up much of the space. Only the Tier 4 soldiers can rival me for size, but even they fall short of my bulk and I loom over the council. When I think about it, my eyes are probably at a similar height to that of a tall human, my third body segment being the tallest part of my body. It's in length that my true mass lies, and I'm a fairly chunky ant at this point. Obviously, the plan is to get back to the nest, Burke explains patiently. But we need to do it in such a way that we don't get followed. At the very least, we need to make tracking us as difficult as possible. The more time we can buy for the colony to grow, the better. Actually, that's a damn good point. Doesn't that just mean we keep going without using pheromones? Look, Burke says, exasperated. Doing that isn't as simple as some of you seem to think. My scouts rely on those trails to move around and ensure they stay on safe paths. We don't have mind magic to communicate, and it's too risky to drag a mage that far away from the main group. Long-range scouting is basically impossible without pheromonal communication. Ah, I'm starting to see the problem. That means we need to move slower in order to ensure we don't take any wrong turns and run into trouble. Right, Burke agrees. Except we can't really afford to slow down that much. Not to mention, breaks in Sloane, that we still don't know how they were tracking us once we ceased using our pheromones. Without that knowledge, it's impossible for us to be certain we can't be followed. Have either of the prisoners said anything? Nothing, declares Leroy. They won't even fight with me! They won't even fight with me! What about the two new Golgari you brought back with you? Burke asks. Nope, that's American. Burke asks. How do you even know about that already? I have my sources, eldest. I bet. No. I'm not going to question them on anything that might be considered a betrayal of their own people. To be honest, I'm not even sure why they were sent with us. I'll have to work that out with them later. For now, let's put our antennae together and work out a plan. The four of us rattle on for 20 minutes without coming to any conclusive path forward. It's frustrating, but we're dealing with something unknown. A skill we don't know about, perhaps. It's frustrating, but we're dealing with something unknown. A skill we don't know about, perhaps. In the end, all we can do is try to limit our ascent. In the end, all we can do is try to limit our ascent and move as quickly as possible. To that end, it's agreed that the main group will maintain radio silence, whilst the scouts roaming ahead would be able to put down a limited number of trails to mark paths. Nope. To that end, it's agreed that the main group will maintain radio silence, whilst the scouts roaming ahead would be able to put down a limited number of trails to mark paths. Alongside this, an extensive network of false trails will be laid by splinter groups roving away from the main group before they returned. If we slow ourselves too much worrying about something we don't understand, we're only shooting ourselves in the claw, I tell them.
Right you are, eldest. Sounds good. If you don't mind, I'm going to try and finish healing as we start marching. They agree that seems like a good idea, and I pull away from the group to find my pets. Predictably, they're hanging out with Corin and Tarina, both of whom seem a little stunned to be where they've ended up. As I painfully crawl over, I whip up a mind bridge and extend it to both of them. He didn't tell you what he was going to do, did he? Tarina starts when my mind touches hers and turns her head to find me amongst the swarming ants. No, he didn't. I kind of had a feeling that something like this might happen, though, she replies. I forget what Corin sounds like. Ugh. I need to go look him up. All right, chapter 125. Sorry, guys, just going to go look this up now. Let's save this. All right, here we go. Very end of chapter, what was it? 125.
Get in here! Get some mages up here.
Oh, wait, this is 128. What?
I just brought the
Family?
Oh, I think... Chapter 126. The Fear.
Uh-oh.
Chapter 125.
25, there we go.
Absolutely. We're going to get the heck out of town, Grannon. We'll have a brief recess before...
What are you talking about?
Gravis spoke. We're going to get the heck out of town, Grannon, Corin asked.
Oh, this one. This is Corin. I found it. Oh, wow, that was crazy.
She replies.
she replies.
You did? You did? You did?
He cries.
You might have said something. I had no idea. You might have said something. I had no idea.
I'm also a little curious. Why did you think he would leave you behind? Why did you think he would leave you behind? This is hardly a wonderful place to be for you guys. Your people are about to go to war with mine, for starters. Let's try this again. Why did you think he would leave you behind? This is hardly a wonderful place to be for you guys. Your people are about to go to war with mine, for starters. Tarina thinks for a moment before she replies, the gleaming metal of her skin. Tarina thinks for a moment before she replies, the gleaming metal of her skin shining softly in the dark. Do you remember what the Cult of the Worm is all about, Anthony? Finding the 20th ancient? Or creating the 20th, more accurately? Right. It's not unusual for the cult to appoint a mentor, a steward, to prospects that come under our care, which was done for you. The cult placed Granin and his triad in charge of you. So? I'm struggling to see where this is going. So, you're still our responsibility as a candidate monster. This seems a little far to go just to fulfill that responsibility, Tarina. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. We take that a little more seriously than you seem to think we do, but there is more. I think Granin has come to believe you actually have a chance.
What?
That makes sense, Corin muses. Corin muses. For Granin to stick his neck out like this, to put the two of us in harm's way. He must really believe in you. Oh, heck. The old man was loopy in the end after all. No way I want something like becoming an ancient. Sounds like way too much work. Not to mention, I have no idea what's supposed to happen when 20 of them get together. Something big, apparently. I can't be bothered thinking about this. I've got about a week of marching ahead of me. Invidia! Get over here and help me fix my butt! We start marching soon. Chapter 13. Nope. Third person this time. Chapter 13. The Heart of the Legion, Part 1. Morelia groaned as she peeled her eyes open. Her eyelids had other ideas and refused to respond to orders. Her brain and muscles fell... Her brain and muscles fell into a battle, neither side willing to budge until at last she triumphed and forced her eyes open. A victory, but hard fought. She was already exhausted, and all she'd done was open her eyes. She wouldn't be defeated like this, not before she'd even rolled out of bed. Morelia grit her teeth and began to move her arms and legs. Only slight movements, just a little twitch of a finger or a curl of a toe. Only slight movements, just a little twitch of a finger or a curl of a toe. Only slight movements, just a little twitch of a finger. Fuck me. Only slight movements, just a little twitch of a finger or a curl of a toe. Every time she made the attempt, her body screamed with protest and sent jagged pokers of pain shooting down her nerves. She was nothing if not determined, or stubborn, her mother would say with a smile. So she persisted. Eventually she was able to clench her hands into fists, which was another win. Then she was able to shift her feet without significant pain. Sensing victory, she decided to attempt to leap from her bed in one go. She carefully gathered her strength, grit her teeth in determination, and loosened her joints before she flung herself forward, only to find she moved not a bit, since she was still strapped into the runic armor she'd had on yesterday. In fact, judging by the somewhat lowered perspective she currently enjoyed, it was entirely possible that when she collapsed into bed, the legs on it had broken. Crud, she muttered, as her body continued to remind her of its numerous aches. There was nothing for it. She stifled her groans and awkwardly levered herself out of bed, waddling like a turtle to shift the heavy plates of enchanted stone and metal. She might be strong, stronger than she'd ever been, but this stuff was heavy. Once she was up, she was able to appreciate the areas of her skin where the leather strapping had chafed her as she slept. Once she was up, she was able to appreciate the areas of her skin. Once she was up, she was able to appreciate the areas of her skin where the leather strapping had chafed as she slept. A whole new type of pain for her to enjoy during today's training. Without much time to prepare herself, she grabbed her well-used pot of salve from her shelf and reached between the plates to try and cover the worst of her injuries. All of the new legionaries were sharing medicinal tips, and this particular ointment had proven to be a boon. Cheap to requisition from the legionary supply and effective for the price, the stuff was a godsend to Morelia on a day like this. Ministrations complete, she stomped out of her room and into the corridor before making her way to the gathering square outside. Not the gathering square, the gathering square. Ministrations complete, she stomped out of her room and into the corridor before making her way to the gathering square outside. Already 7 other newly promoted legionaries in full armor stood to attention, watched over by a stone-still centurion. Cheering that she hadn't been the last to awake, she rushed to take her place in line, posture perfect and gaze determined. It was another 3 minutes before the last unfortunates clattered out of the dorm and into the square, by which time the centurion was practically radiating his displeasure. The last to emerge took one frantic glance around the square, which only confirmed her fate. Without even being ordered, she turned toward the parade ground and started running.
Double it. Double it,
the centurion said in clipped tones. Each of the legionaries in line winced at the fate of their comrade. Double the usual run? That's 10 kilometers in full armor before training even begins. As the unfortunate clanked off, the metal of her boots jarring with each step, the rest of them awaited their instructions for the day. The centurion looked over them with a critical eye. Making note of their appearance, their demeanor, and how willing their glares were. He firmly believed that cultivating one's glare was a critical part of legionary training. If you couldn't stare down a Tier 3 monster, then you shouldn't be let off the base.
There aren't many legionaries who arrive here without having completed their runic armor training.
The centurion began.
Those that do receive the most vigorous and punishing regime the Legion has to offer. The Iron Temple does not produce weak legionaries. There aren't many legionaries who arrive. Double it. There aren't many legionaries who arrive here without having completed their runic armor training. Those that do receive the most vigorous and punishing regime the Legion has to offer. The Iron Temple does not produce weak legionaries. Those that do receive the most. There aren't many legionaries who double it. There aren't many legionaries. There aren't many legionaries who arrive here without having completed their runic armor training. Those that do receive the most vigorous and punishing regime the Legion has to offer. The Iron Temple does not produce weak legionaries.
Morelia and the rest nodded firmly. The lot of them had been promoted from all over Pangera, and not one had gone through anything like what they'd experienced over the last month. Brutal, unforgiving, relentless, merciless centurions had driven them to the brink of breaking down and held them there for the entire duration of their stay. If they weren't undertaking endless physical drills, they were in the dungeon, exhausted and fighting until they dropped, only to get a splash of water in the face and sent back in. It was madness. But it worked. Morelia had experienced growth incomparable to anything she'd experienced before. Her stats, her levels, and skills all exploded rapidly, a testament to the quality of training given here.
Now for today's assignment. Rest. Now for today's assignment. Rest.
The centurion barked. The legionaries flinched before the words had a chance to sink in. When they had, they only looked confused. Rest? There was never rest. What the heck was this rest he spoke of?
Training course is done, legionaries. Your classes have reached the required level and your skills have progressed to the point that you are no longer required to report here. Your time in the Iron Temple is done.
Relief washed over the faces of most, but not Morelia. The centurion was amused to note a flicker of irritation on her face before it was replaced with a decidedly false smile.
A report on your training progress.
I don't know who this is, so I'm gonna have to answer it. Spam!
A report. A report on your training progress. A report on your training progress and accomplishment will be sent to your commanders. You have 2 hours before you're expected to report to your divisions. Until then, pack and clean your armor.
What about the rest? One of the legionaries protested. The centurion shot her a glare. Oops.
No, why?
The centurion shot her a glare.
Spam, 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 spam.
What about the rest? Why?
Just adjusting the script, guys. Oh my god, I did it again.
What about the rest? One of the legionaries protested. The centurion shot her a glare.
That is your rest. That is your rest. Or would you rather run?
He jerked a thumb at the still running member.
No, sir.
That's what I thought. Legionary Pheronicus. Legionary Pheronicus, report to me. The rest of you are dismissed. Legionary Pheronicus, report to me. The rest of you are dismissed.
Pheronicus is maybe what it should be, actually.
Legionary Pheronicus, report to me. Legionary Pheronicus, report to me. The rest of you are dismissed.
Pheronicus is maybe what it should be, actually. Legionary Pheronicus, report to me. Legionary Pheronicus, report to me. The rest of you are dismissed.
Veronicus. Phoronicus. 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 Why is it so...
Legionary Phoronicus.
Phoronicus. So weird. Why would it be on the top?
Legionary Phoronicus, report to me. The rest of you are dismissed. Legionary Phoronicus. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Legionary Phoronicus, report to me. The rest of you are dismissed. That's what I thought. Legionary Phoronicus, your rest. Or would you rather run? That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Legionary Phoronicus, report to me. The rest of you are dismissed.
They each crashed a fist over their heart before moving to their duty, an excited babble of chatter rising as they went. Morelia stepped toward the Centurion warily. She hadn't tried to stand out during her training, but her father's surname carried certain connotations she'd only become aware of once she'd arrived.
Your situation is a little unusual, Legionary, in that your training report will end up in the hands of your father. Your situation is a little unusual, Legionary, in that your training report will end up in the hands of your father. Before I submit it, I want to be sure you are comfortable with that scenario.
Morelia breathed a sigh of relief. If that was all it was, she didn't have a problem. "No, that's fine," she said. The Centurion looked at the fierce young woman with approval. Commander Titus would no doubt be pleased by the glowing report about to land in his hands. His daughter would be a rare legionary if she were given the chance to grow.
Dismissed, Legionary. Good luck in your division. Good luck in your division.
"Thank you, Centurion." Morelia marched back to her rooms, where she began the long and painful process of peeling herself out of her runic armor and cleaning down each individual piece. Before that, though, another round of salve. And that's the end of that chapter. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. The Heart of the Legion, Part 2. Titus walked the long corridors of his new billet with a training report held in one hand, his face cast in stone, as usual. It was difficult, though. Since the corner of it... It was difficult, though, since the corner of his mouth kept threatening to curl up, reading of... It was difficult, though, since the corner of his mouth kept threatening to curl up, reading of his daughter's training exploits. The centurions in charge of her training used some interesting terms. Manic dedication, boundless tolerance for bloodshed, and disturbing disregard for pain were a few of his favorites. The trainers in the Iron Temple didn't hand out praise lightly. The trainers in the Iron Temple didn't hand out praise lightly. An ornery group of veterans from the deep strata, they prided themselves on producing the best results and the most conditioned legionaries. Judging by the numbers Morelia achieved in her new class and the growth of her skills, she'd excelled even by their standards. Pride tinged with sadness welled up within him. He was filled with joy to see Morelia achieving her potential, but it was bittersweet that her brother would never receive the same opportunities. He shook his head to shake off the creeping melancholy. Romanus wasn't served by him wallowing in self-pity, and Titus wasn't about to allow it of himself. He finished reading the report and dropped it into his satchel. He'd reached a door set into the stone wall and knocked firmly, opening it without waiting for a reply. Opening it without waiting for a reply. Opening it without waiting for a reply. At his entrance, 3 figures inside stood to attention once they caught sight of him. He snapped a quick salute, fist to heart, then waved for them to be at ease.
Greetings all. Just checking in with Aurelia. Greetings all. Greetings all. Just checking in with Aurelia.
The room was a typical office space in the Legion, sparse and militant, a desk, a bookshelf, and a few chairs. Aurelia stood behind the desk, laden with papers, whilst 2 of the younger legionaries from Lyria assisted with the tedious minutiae of administration. Aurelia stood behind the desk, laden with papers, whilst 2 of the younger legionaries from Lyria assisted with the tedious minutiae of Aurelia stood behind the desk, laden with papers, whilst 2 of the younger legionaries from Lyria assisted with the tedious minutiae of administration. Minutiae of administration. Aurelia stood behind the desk, laden with papers, whilst 2 of the younger legionaries from Lyria assisted with the tedious minutiae of administration. Titus had been all too willing to offload the paperwork to his long-suffering adjutant. Titus had been all too willing to Titus had been all too willing to offload the paperwork to his long-suffering adjutant. He simply didn't have the time to look after his own legionaries, since the upper brass were intent on having him run He simply wasn't. He simply didn't have the time to look after his own legionaries, since the upper brass were intent on having him run all over the temple for meeting after meeting.
Any chance you've arrived to assist with these requisition forms, Commander?
Aurelia asked with an arched brow.
Not in a million years. Not in a million years. Not in a million years.
He replied flatly, and the faces of the two assistants fell. Donnellan and Mirren. Donnellan and Mirren had been stuck. Donnellan and Mirren had been stuck in this office for days now, wading through the demanding bureaucracy of the Abyssal Legion. They'd never imagined that the Legion they'd signed up for so... They'd never imagined that the Legion they'd signed up for so long ago would have such strict requirements for paperwork. When the Tribune pointed out that running an independent army on a global scale required as disciplined an approach to administration as it did to soldier training, they could only nod and agree.
How's progress rehoming our legionaries?
Titus asked. Aurelia sighed.
Slow, Commander. Very slow. There's hotspots flaring all over the dungeon, and every commander in the fortress is demanding supplies and reinforcements. Our request to reform our legion has been accepted, but there seems to be an issue giving us the people we need.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that.
It's not unexpected.
Need.
It's not unexpected, but still disappointing. We were under strength to start with, and after the defence at the Bulwark, we are undermanned, though deserving.
The last wave pushed a lot of garrisons hard, apparently. There just aren't enough recruits to go around, Commander.
Titus's eyes glinted.
I might have to make use of my connections if this thing is going to get done. I might have to make use of my connections if this thing is going to get done.
Aurelia blanched.
You'd actually try it? With her?
Well, she's not that scary. She's not that scary,
he said offhandedly.
You just have to get used to her. You just have to get used to her.
Maybe to you she's not. Maybe to you she's not,
Aurelia shot back.
I haven't met her in 10 years, and she still scares me.
Donnellan and Mirren stared at each other wide-eyed. Who could the two officers possibly be talking about? Someone able to scare Tribune Aurelia? Even intimidate the commander? Even intimidate the commander? What sort of legendary figure could this be?
Have you even been to see her since we arrived?
Aurelia asked.
Of course I have,
Titus said, impatient.
Of course I have.
How many times?
3 or 4. 3 or 4,
Titus mused.
That's all. That's your wife, Titus.
She's busy, and so am I. She's busy, and so am I. You think I can just march into her office whenever I want? You think I can just march into her office whenever I want?
Aurelia became quite still.
You can't.
Of course not. If I show up there unannounced, she'd kick me out herself.
But now you think you can just... But now you think you can just wander in there and ask her to give us preferential treatment?
No, I have an appointment.
You do?
It was always going to come down to this. It was always going to come down to this. The Abyssal Legion has never had an abundance of resources. We squeeze every centimetre out of what we have. If nothing else, the brass understand that whatever they place in my hands won't be wasted. I planned ahead and set this up.
Aurelia ran her eyes over the stacks of paper heaped on her desk.
Are you telling me?
Her voice trembled with barely suppressed rage.
I've been going to war with these damned forms for nothing?
No, he hastened to assure her. All of this stuff still needs to get done. If we don't toe the line, we won't go... If we don't toe the line, we won't get so much as a sword. If anything, these efforts have been central to our chances of success.
He ran an eye over his longest-serving officer.
Take a day off, Aurelia. After today, our situation will change anyway. You can come back and tackle the paper once we know where we stand. Take a day off. Take a day off, Aurelia. After today, our situation will change anyway. You can come back and tackle the paper once we know where we stand.
He turned to the two young legionaries who looked as if they were trying to fade into the walls.
I'll take these two with me. Minerva always had a soft spot for the young up-and-comers. She won't get too nasty with them around. Get up, you two. Time to go meet the consul. Get up, you two. All right. I've got 2 more. I've got 10 more minutes, I think. Let's see if I can finish one more chapter.
Chapter 15. The Heart of the Legion, Part 3. Even now, a month after arriving in the great fortress of the Legion, Mirren still couldn't quite believe her eyes whenever he... Mirren still couldn't quite believe her eyes whenever she saw it. Along with Donnellan, she trailed behind her commander as they made their way out of the remote barracks she and her fellow refugees from Lyria had been billeted in. When the commander pushed open the door and strode through, the bright light flared in her eyes, and she raised a hand to provide some relief. After several days straight of being locked indoors, the outside was a little too well lit. After several days straight of being locked indoors, the outside was a little too well lit for her to handle. It was almost like stepping out when on the surface. Overhead was a truly vast space, far larger than even Ryla. Fuck, I forget how to pronounce that one. I forget how to pronounce this one. Ryla? Let me see if I can search. There it is. Riley. Overhead was a truly vast space, far larger than even Riley had contained. Overhead was a truly vast space, far larger than even Riley had contained. Numerous powerful crystals dotted the ceiling, flooding the enormous expanse with light. The entire space was arranged as an impregnable fortress. Walls and towers and concentric rings radiated outward from the center. Every building was designed to be as defensible as possible, whilst also contributing to the overall layout. In the distance was the central tower rising like a mountain, surrounded by its 8 siblings. The sister towers formed a great ring around the central pillar, rising to tremendous heights and standing guard over the fortress, iron spears of unbreakable will. As impressive as the outer towers were, hundreds of meters tall, perfectly straight, and like nothing. As impressive as the outer towers were, hundreds of meters tall, perfectly straight, and like nothing any of the Lyrian legionaries had ever seen before, they simply faded into the background when compared to the They simply faded into the background when compared to the impossible tower. They simply faded into the background when compared to the impossible tower of the central fort. It dominated the entire expanse with ease, a brooding titan of rust-red metal that dyed the skyline a blood red. A brooding titan of rust-red metal that dyed the skyline a blood red, climbing from the floor of the expanse up to the ceiling, more than 2 kilometers high. Built in layers, the tower grew thinner as it rose, each new section protected by its own wall and defenses. Even from this far away, they could make out the enormous siege engines that dotted the walls. This vast structure was the very heart of the Abyssal Legion, wherein the highest-ranking members made decisions that would be carried out by their legionaries across Pangea. It was difficult not to imagine what secrets were contained within, what knowledge had been hidden away since the Legion had been founded. If there was anywhere If there was anywhere that forbidden technologies and methods would be held, it would be there, the Red Mountain.
I've never been in the mountain, Mirren muttered to Donnellan. Have you?
His eyes were fastened on the looming fortress. Okay, Donnellan. Is he in book 4? Chapter 34. All right. Real quick. Gonna go. Gonna go fight him. Chapter what again? 34.
Is that more? Marilia, hey! Long time no see.
There it is. His eyes were fastened on the looming fortress.
Of course not, he rasped. You think they just allow anyone in there?
He noticed her friend. She noticed her friend was unusually pale and sweating.
You look as if you've seen a ghost. What's wrong with you? Is the Red Mountain that intimidating?
It certainly was to her. It's a freaking mountain made of metal. Whoever heard of such a demented thing? Whoever heard of such a demented thing?
You realize who we're going to see, right? You realize who we're going to go and see, right?
Donnellan hissed.
The commander's wife? I've never met her. She left Lyria before I had the chance. Have you even seen her? Not that, he said. The title. Consul. We're going to see the consul. Not that. The title. Consul. We're going to see the consul.
Mirren allowed that to sink in.
Sweet steel of home! Sweet steel of home!
She suddenly cried. With a snap, the commander's boots halted, and he turned to face the two of them with a wry expression.
I can hear every word you've said back there.
Mirren and Donnellan flushed red from embarrassment, but the commander just waved it off.
Come walk up here next to me and we'll talk as we go. We don't want you embarrassing yourselves in front of Minerva, now do we?
Of course not, Commander.
Mirren snapped out a crisp salute.
We wouldn't dream of it, sir.
Donnellan mirrored her movements perfectly.
Just relax. Just relax a little. Just relax a little.
Titus said.
You're making me nervous, and I'm married to the woman. You're making me nervous, and I'm married to the woman.
He resumed walking as the two of them caught up.
Look, Minerva might be one of the highest-ranking members of the Legion on Pangaea, sure. but she's not as terrifying as people make out.
I don't know, Commander, Donnellan said wearily. Aurelia seemed more than a little intimidated.
Well, sure, but that's an isolated case, you'll see.
The two young legionaries weren't much mollified, but they had little choice except to follow their leader as he marched onward toward the ever-growing mountain in the distance. The streets of the fortress were built to the exacting standard of the Legion engineers. Straight, flat stone and wide paths allowed for the easy flow of traffic, and there was plenty of that. Legionaries in armor moving goods to warehouses and delivering supplies to the innumerable barracks throughout the expanse, or moving out to the Legionaries in armor moving goods to warehouses or delivering supplies to the innumerable barracks throughout the expanse for moving out to the teleportation arrays for deployment. Damn it! Legionaries in armor moving goods to warehouses or delivering supplies to the innumerable barracks brought throughout. Legionaries in armor moving goods to warehouses or delivering supplies to the innumerable barracks throughout the expanse or moving out to the teleportation arrays for deployment. With so many soldiers and administration staff in one place, the fortress held as many civilians as any city. But here, nothing was allowed to distract from the military purpose of the fortress. Albertin the Lawmaster had droned on and on about the place when they'd arrived, blinking through the teleportation gates, filling the head of every legionary who'd never been here with the history of the Abyssal Legion's seat of power. Filling the head of every legionary who'd never been here with the history of the Abyssal Legion's seat of power. This place had never been conquered, not even during the Cataclysm, she'd learned. This expanse had been found and claimed by the First Legion in the opening years of the Rending, and as the conflict raged on, they'd built it up to its current state and used it as a staging ground and central organizing point for the entire war effort. Its location was an intensely held secret. Mirren didn't even know what stratum they were in, though from the extremely dense manner in the air, she was afraid that she could take a guess. She was afraid that she could take a guess.
Have you been to the forges yet? At the foot of the spears?
Titus waved toward the great towers that pierced the sky.
That's where the best arms in the Abyssal Legion has to offer are made, including my axe.
Mirren's heart skipped a beat with excitement at the news. She'd long admired the commander's axe, a weapon of incredible power. She'd love to see where it was made, but her enthusiasm dimmed. The closer they got to the towering mountain, the more its sheer size loomed over them, the more their hearts quailed. The size, scope, and power of it was overwhelming. Only the commander was unaffected, his step becoming lighter and his stride further extending, the closer they came to it. Boom. All right, that's it for today, guys. I got through quite a lot. I think I can do better in a day. We'll see tomorrow. Tomorrow will be another... I'm going to try for another 4.5 hours tomorrow. I don't know, maybe 5 hours tomorrow if I get up early enough to, like, put some food in my belly. But I have a meeting in 25 minutes, and I need to put food in my belly now. So anyway, I'm going to get out of here. You guys, thank you so much for coming and hanging out. There's going to be at least 2 more cold reads for this one. I might go shorter for it, though, because I do want to get as much done as I possibly can. And, you know, streaming just makes everything take a little bit longer. So anyway, you guys have a wonderful evening. Hope to see you tomorrow. Hope to see you tonight at Sound Booth Theater Live. We have a show tonight at 7 Central. And, yeah, that's about it. Y'all have a good day, and I'll talk to you again hopefully tomorrow. Bye-bye.